It begins anew. We leave tonight first. Let's go. What a legend. What a legend. Yo. We've got things to do. We leave, that stuff you sent me on Prime the other day was interesting. I ended up watching it and I thought the guy brought up an interesting point about parallaxing on the cards. And that's why I've been working on the art that I was last stream. And I have everything implemented and I need to play with it a little bit more to see if I can get something more out of it. And I think it's probably something that's going to evolve slowly over time. But for now, I'm just going to go for like, it's already kind of like a subtle idle effect. And I kind of want to make it more directly related to mouse movement. So that's what we're going to start with today. Let me just download some assets. Which I don't think I actually need these assets, but might as well get them downloaded. Oh, really? Damn. I only watched like the first part of it. And it was like the first point that he made. And I was like, ooh, interesting. Because I've been kind of wanting to do that, making my cards like come alive a little bit. And so, yeah, I'm just experimenting with it. I already wanted to do something like that. And I had tried it in the past, but it wasn't like I tabled it for the time being. But now the assets I feel like are there. And it's just a matter of programmatically figuring out how it should work. So that's what I want to play with today. What do we download? I got that. And then what about the small file here? Just downloading some files from the drive here. Oops, gotta move these folders first. Move them from the download folder. Tyler, what's going on, Infinity? Already, damn. Oh yeah, it's an interesting point since he was talking about ways programmers can contribute to the art. But you're an artist and programmer, so you can do different ways of solving problems. Well, yeah, it's like the thing he said about cutting the cards up into layers if you don't have a huge budget. Because like, I for sure don't have the time to animate each individual card if I want to have like 50 cards. But if I prepare the assets that have like individual layers of the cards, and this is like that's what he was kind of talking about for lower budget, I can like try to like move that around a little bit, move the layers around of the card a little bit. And right now I have them kind of like moving idly and I don't necessarily love it. And so I just kind of want to play with it. I want to add, like right now it's like on the y-axis, it's moving up and down like very slowly. And then I want to add like an x-axis reaction to the mouse. So as the mouse comes into the detection, the hitbox, it starts to kind of like invert, react to it. So that way it'll be kind of like, and I might even like throw in the Y effects to it as well. Like perhaps when the mouse is off of it, well, no, see it would always have, well, yeah, I guess I would need the idle effects. I need to, yeah, whatever. We're just going to play with it. We're going to figure something out. The assets are prepared. The basic programming is in place. Now it is time to play and see what we can come up with that feels good. And I'm not going to go super huge with it. Just a little subtle touch. Something that I can actually get done tonight. Let's see. Paste this here. Actually, don't replace that file. Let's save that as version 3. Paste it. Fuck. It's also, what did I save it as? Sorry guys, I'm like bringing the assets in here from my laptop, and version 4. Damn, I got version 4. I saved a really butt version of it to get the effect that I need for this. This is going to be version 4 adjust, because it's kind of a messy situation. It's layers, but it's like not organized like this one. Ah. So long. All right, so let's pull. Me with you. Why am I not seeing? Was I seeing that? I am not seeing this code here. I also fixed the frost detection so that when the frost wave from flash freeze spreads across the screen, the enemies don't freeze until the wave hits them. I'm doing like more of a specific detection with it now, which initially wasn't doing very well. Sorry, I'm behind on chat. I'm just getting set up here, guys. Let's open the card class. This is where we're going to be playing with stuff. And I don't know if I'll put that in the draw. Ba ba da ba. We still got the intro active, so we got to shut that down. I don't want to be looking at that every time. Let's see. Hopefully it runs well here. Okay, intro Annie. False. All right, so you can see I have like a very basic idle going, and let me get caught up on chat here. Oh, this just chills. So we have the beginnings of the movement of the art. But this is what I was doing all last stream. Was trying to cut up the assets on the cards so that I might play with them. Let's see, yeah, an interesting point, since he was talking about ways programmers can contribute to art, but you are an artist plus programmer, so you can do it different ways of solving the problem. Similar concept to that tool you used to animate the leaves, yeah? No. This is just like dynamic animations with cut assets into like separate layers, and then I'm just trying to get creative about how I want them to move. So right now there's just like an idle up and down y-axis animation. It's 8 pixels up and down, and they're all spread out, so they're not like equally animating at the same time. And this is just kind of like the basic idle, but I want to add something when you actually, so when you confirm these, and every time you hover on the card, it does come alive and does that. But I want to, this is where I want to add the difference. when you actually have your mouse over the card and you're moving it around, I want the actual idle animation to be directly reacting to where the mouse is. So it's kind of like you're animating it yourself, as opposed to it just being like this up and down. So initially I'm going to only animate the x-axis and I'm going to leave the y-axis idle and see if I can mix a little bit of that like dynamic movement with the already kind of predefined movement and see if that looks okay. You know, this might be random, but I look like Jack Black a bit. That's not the first time I've heard that. I've heard many, many things about who I look like. I've just got one of those faces, I guess. Did you just watch the Minecraft movie? Perhaps, yes. So I was thinking, like, I don't know if I should have the idle animation on everything. Like, this is the trap. And it's meant to be like, and like also like the barricade, for instance, are very static things. And I'm not sure if that's something that should animate. But like the spike shot, I left the background static while the foreground moves around. I figured like that kind of works. But I think I like the idle animation, and then having the additional reaction to the mouse might be interesting. But it just kind of brings the cards a little bit more to life without making it hard to read the text. Like the text itself just chills and you just can read very cleanly. And I eventually want to add more information to the cards, like more data specific to the card's functionality somehow, namely like armor and offensive, like attack power, and then potentially some other stuff. We'll see. Because right now I think the cards have a little bit too much data that's behind the scenes. You know, like the description is like poetic in a sense, but I want to get away from that. I want it to be more technical for the cards and less like, you know, a trap does massive damage when stepped on. It must be reset manually. Like I like the idea of having it be a functional description that's mainly kind of giving you stats, and then like underneath, there's one thing I've liked about Magic cards is they'll have like a quote underneath it, and they'll give it like a little bit of personality that way, while still being kind of technical. Okay, so let's mess with it. Let's add some dynamic something. Okay. Enough dilly-dallying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add, we're going to add an integer here. I'm going to call it detection mouse offset. It's very ugly. We're going to call it detection mouse offset, baby. Detect mouse, detection mouse offsets. All I've got is insane. And if this is, we're going to set it to 0. If it's not hovering over it at all. Otherwise, we're going to take the center point of the detection, and then we're going to compare it to the mouse, which we got to say, what is it the mouse 960? No, we actually need, is the detection? I think the detection is not on the 960 realm that we need to detect. So we're going to pop into the mouse data here and pull out. We're just going to start with the X, but we should track this as X. Or we could set it as a point. So this is just going to be the amount of pixels off of the current coordinate. So it's just not a super specific coordinate, just like a coordinate offset. And detection rect. Pretty sure detection. Oh shit. Yeah, so this is actually... Hold on. Okay, so where are we at? This is all in the 960 realm. So Okay, so we're going to actually have to use the 960. And I guess the detection rectangle must be big too. It is in the text draw. Okay. So we got the midpoints, and then I'm going to if it is greater than, we want to make sure and preserve its negative positioning. So if it is greater than, then we're going to want to say 960 minus the x. Otherwise, so yeah, if that is greater than, then we're going to subtract from that. And gonna do the reverse. Okay, so that's going to give us a general offset. And we're going to say Okay, so if it is greater than, and we subtract that, and that will always be positive. So then here we do that detection. And then here, if it is X, and then I want to reverse it. Okay, let's apply it. Let's see if this looks decent. Let's see what came out of my brain just now. I don't know how it's gonna look. So let's see. We should also track the wall X as well. Current dist X. Okay. I think I need to put... What's up, Magnus? Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the comments on the short, my friend. Engagement always really helps. Of course, I'm talking on YouTube. I put out a new short, last night. Yes, showing the melting face animation, which I know you all have seen a lot of, and I'm just trying to get it out there and show new people, so we might grow, we might enhance, might further our reach. Do 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 do. And I should nerf it a little bit. But this was the idea, is like it kind of reacts to the mouse a little bit. So definitely a little too extreme at the moment. And I think we need to throw in the Y value as well. So if it's in the deal, then it's going to do only that. I think Google's watching you. Perhaps they are. I do tend to mark the shorts to go out to like general public and not to my subscribers, and then I generally am doing the lives for the subscribers, basically. It's the general plan. So I'm glad that you're actually being notified of the shorts as well. Because by intentionally not sending it out to like my subscribers, it forces it to like send the short to like new people, so that I can kind of spread to new and just hopefully ever expanding audience. So we're going to want to add a version of this for the Y. And we're going to also want to nerf it a little bit. So blah, 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 blah. It's time for the citizens of the world to know about the pixel art deck building TD. Yeah. That's the goal. If you become a billionaire, please send me a mil or two so I can spend my whole time making trash games and playing them. Ah, so you want to be a shovelware guy, huh? Huh? Okay, we got to think about this. We get 50% of the height. And we're going to say get the midpoint on the height from the detection Y. Then Y equals Y minus you're going to make a mobile game and predatory monetization tactics aimed at children? You're horrible. Okay, so mid half, Y minus. Just less, then that'll be negative. All right, let's test that. So I nerfed it a little bit, and there's no longer like it will do the forced auto idle on the deal 3 cards, and then on the actual hover of the cards, it's going to be more responding to the mouse. And I'm wondering if I shouldn't add a little bit of that energy to the card itself. Like overall, make the card like just kind of move around. Just trying to give it a little extra love. Let's make sure it's not running. All right, good. And here. Oh. I guess I do want to reverse that a little bit and nerf it a little further. So we'll just say 15, 12% of that actually. And then for this, we'll drop that down to 30. And I'm going to All right. Where are we at? What's up, Tenchi? Let's see. Subject BG on that one, or is it FG? Card Glow 4. FG. Why did you decide the card follow the mouse movement over it playing a move animation while hovering over it? Oh, I'm trying to find a way to make it come to life, and I'm trying to decide whether it should be something that is interactive or is it something that just idly animates. And so far, I'm not in love with it. But like I said, I'm just playing today. I'm just trying to see if I can get something that I like. And so I do want it to be subtle. I don't want it to be too over the top here. So I made it so that it it's going to overlap the title and it's going to move a little bit less. And I kind of think maybe I shouldn't reverse the X. I'm also thinking though that like I should potentially move the rest of the card with it. So that as you like hover over it, it more feels like you're directly interacting with the cards as opposed to just a piece of it. And I could still potentially add like kind of like a parallaxing effect, meaning each layer kind of has a slightly different movement. So that way it kind of like shows that it's like a little bit separate. And I think I'll start by bringing in the, just moving the background elements and take it from there. Like the absolute background, and then leave like the graphic elements moving, and then the background moving, and then leave the title and like the text alone. Just let it do its thing. I'm just trying to bring it to life a little bit more as you hover over it. And so, but at the same time, I'm trying to not move the text around so it's still easy to read, but it feels like, oh, it looked like it was a little bit messed up there. Because the back, where's the back getting messed up? So here's like it moving, just idling, not responding to the mouse. And it's like nice and positions well, you know. And this it just might be just the wrong feel, because I feel like as you move through it, it does feel a little strange. Like, I don't know if there's exactly a payoff here, but like, you could see what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find like, what's that sweet spot of like, just a little bit of interactivity with it. And you can kind of play with it a little bit. Like I really nerfed it so it doesn't move around a ton. It might just be better to like have an idle animation and you're not like interacting with it. I just wanted to see how it felt. Gives me away. Yeah, it looks like it's messing up a little bit on some other things too. It's actually kind of annoying. So I think I'll just go back to the idle, or maybe just play with the idle a little bit more. You're going to suggest that, like, depending where you hover, the card takes a different angle, like if you're examining it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like trying to add a little bit of that effect as you move it. But it needs to be a little less extreme, and it also needs to be affecting the back of the card as well. Like the full card needs to feel like it's kind of like turning a little bit as you move over it. But like in such a way that it isn't like morphing the text around. So the text and the banner behind the text will remain static, so that it's clear, very clear to read. But then like the number and the graphic can kind of move around at like a little bit of a parallax maybe. Maybe I will reverse the parallax. So we're just going to keep playing with it and see what we can come up with here. What's up, Tunk? How you doing, man? How many years have you been writing this game, and how much time did the engine take? I've been working on it for a year and 3 months, and a healthy portion of that was the art. So I wouldn't say that it was all, you know, doing the engine. I'm gonna bring the reverse back. I'm gonna nerf it a little further. And here to 10%. And let's cruise down, and we'll add this adjustments also to the background. So I feel like I am gonna have to move the text and stuff too. Maybe it isn't actual physical movement, but like skewing that I need to be doing. I'm trying to give it like almost like a pseudo 3D effect, but like without skewing it, you know? Because I think if I did skew it, which we can try that, but like I think it'll just mess it up and it won't look sharp. So I'm gonna try to do this between like rotation and just general movement. The rotation already would mess things up as well. But let's add a secondary and third. So we're gonna say a 2 and a 3. All right, so you can slot machine game with random events around player that affect each day outcome for player. Would be fun to play. Planning to do that for a jam. Well, I watched a GDC talk from one of the creators of Slay the Spire, and they did a lot of playtesting, a great deal of playtesting. And they found initially they had baked in a tremendous amount of RNG into their cards and like the enemies and stuff. And it made their enemies initially less predictable. And they got a lot of kickback. People were not happy when there was an excessive amount of RNG. A little is okay, but you don't want to go too far with it. So if you're just doing completely random events, if perhaps you're giving the tools to handle all the random events always, then maybe. But like if you're just throwing curveballs at people randomly all the time, people want to feel prepared, and they want to be able to be like, they see what's happening and they know what's going on. They can kind of predict and plan around it. So you want a little bit of RNG, but you want it to be something you can strategize around. But, you know, there's also just straight up gambling where people pull the lever and just get random things, and that's all they do. It's a mindless activity of just pumping quarters into machines and hoping for 3 matches. You know? It just depends the type of person you're trying to cater to. The hand to feed you, but you play down on your knees. Yeah, the foreground would move the most. So we're gonna say if over detection equals true and dealing equals false, we'll do a pass. Else if dealing equals true and unchosen equals true, do the idle thing. I feel like a new boy, and I feel like a newborn. This is not for the idle. Feel like a new boy. What's up, Pack? Yeah, I was thinking more of a, depending your current money, you could either get mugged for a bit of the winnings or stuff like that, just to make it more interesting, or if you get a lot of jackpots, you get kicked and lose a part of the money, stuff like that. Interesting. How many hours and lines of code have you put into this project, do you think? Oh, I don't know. Hundreds of hours. Hundreds and hundreds. And all along I've been developing as a marketer and a artist, game dev. An assortment of evolutions. Take up my emptiness in and all. Hey. See, that's gonna get adjusted. Do you wanna take my picture? Ah, but I would like it to be on the banner. Do you wanna take my picture? I'm gonna do this on the one. think I need to do this reverse style. So you're going to get that, and you're going to get the 3, because that's the least movement. Cause I won't remember. You wanna take my picture. Alright, so this is gonna get that. And this is all gonna be idle movement on just the item itself. And this is going to be relative to the mouse movement. And then we also have to have a general draw that doesn't do anything. All right, so moving to the country. Moving to the country. Moving to the country. Peaches come from a can. Yeah, I am solo deving it. And I had my little way. I'm a dying breed. Moving to the country. Moving to the country. Mr. Rotten Peach in my face. Made a little room for an ant to hide. Or pie. When I was 12 years old, I started my first band ever. And this was one of the songs we covered. No singers, just guitar, two guitars and drums. That was it. With little 15-watt amps. What can I say? I was a badass 12-year-old. And then I just went downhill. Yeah, we gotta look out for the background. That was not, that went away too. Been waiting for another one of these music streams. Let's go fast. You have to go to work today? Have a nice dev time. Tenchi, thank you for dropping in, man. Be well, be well. Yeah, we're on hyped up music tonight.
Come on.
We're just trying to make it happen. Unit, thank you for the follow. Get some ginger tea here. Gotta fuel up. Oof. It's hot. I'm not sick, but I'm not well. Okay. Back. We're back. I want to publish scenes. From Krypton, the bigger man, Alex Gaming, what's going on? Welcome in, guys. Krypton, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Was it a lovely time? Did you have good life today? Hopefully productive and good. Tell me about your journey. Halloween. Halloween. Sounds like Halloween. Ben Kill, thank you for the follow. And Alex Gaming. Appreciate you guys. Obiquan, what is going on? Stream was good. We were just hanging out with some friends playing Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. How's it going? That's awesome. I recently did a rewatch of The Lord of the Rings. I had to break it up over a few days. Those movies are pretty long. Great films, man. Great indeed. But yeah, I'm just working on the game here. Let me show you a little bit what we're playing with. I'm trying to add like subtle movement to the cards. And currently I just have like the graphic on the card kind of moving around. And right now I'm trying to add more motion to the rest of the card once it's like in your hands. And so I want to move the entire card to like your mouse a little bit. So I'm trying to just slowly amp up the movement. And I'm noticing the title is not on the proper layer here. And the back was getting messed up. So there's things we got to fix. But yeah, just working on a tower defense card game called Woods of War. Which you guys could wishlist on Steam if you wish. The demo is going to be out in like a month or so. Your journey is long but short one. He might be thinking, how did I get here? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's coming along. Yeah, this is the game that I'm making. Yeah, I did all the art and I programmed it from scratch with C++ and SDL2. That means I'm not using a game engine. I'm making my own and doing all the, just all the pixel art in A-Sprite. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you, man. Wishlisted it. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. In the end, I'm hoping to have upwards of 50 cards to start, and then I'd like to expand on that as much as I can. But yeah, like right now I'm just kind of like playing with the positioning of everything. And the bigger man, thank you for the follow. I deserve a follow. Thank you, man. Krypton with the wish list. Let's go. Thanks, man. Let me shoot you a follow there, good sir. Drop into your stream sometime and say what up. But I appreciate the raid, man. If you need to go relax and rest and feed yourself and do all the things that you do after stream, go on and get it. I will do my best to take care of your crew. So yeah, I'm in knee deep in the code right now, trying to add these little like subtle movements, and there's a bunch of things we got to adjust. So it was the banner FG that was covering the title, which means I did this all to like have, I wanted to break out Dab Nabbit. Gotta make sure and reset that, and gonna have to move the title in front. Make it a little strange. Little reset. Little reset. I'll be lurking. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it, man. Lurking is always enough. Yeah, you're not usually up this late, but you love lurking and hanging in your space, so I'm glad I have the opportunity to come raid tonight. Thank you, man. Gonna wind down for the night, but I definitely had the lurk up. Appreciate it. Hell yeah. I will try to make your lurk, your stay, a good one. All right, so eventually we'll like start chilling the music out, but for now we're getting hyped up because we're just in the thick of it for ultimate focus. That's the banner under the dealing unchosen, which means we won't need the reset there if I leave that. And this will need the reset. Hallelujah. All right, so we're going to duplicate this. I'm going to separate out fuck. I think we're just gonna push this behind the text. Good morning. How's it going, Coden? How you doing, man? It's going pretty good. Trying to add a little subtlety to the cards. Sipping some hot ginger tea. I feel like my voice is starting to give out. Which doesn't make any sense. because I didn't really stress it out. Orlin, what's going on? Am I sick? Nah, I'm not sick. But I did sleep strangely last night. I don't think I got enough sleep. So I think that'd be a reason for my vocal cords to kind of get poopy. They feel fine. Just sound a little weird, I guess. A little rough. But yeah, I feel good. My sinuses are clear. Firing on all cylinders. Maybe a little tired. Okay, so subject FG, we put that behind. And then do I want to do little adjustments? Now for the best lyric in 311. Zoom and zoom and zoom, now we got the boo. It's the best words of all time. Okay, so we want to say title, current. Zoomy, zoom, zoom, now I got the boom. Lyrics are so terrible in 311. They're so bad, it makes them good. So, X is... No.
Come on.
Hilden, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. To be honest, when boomers had this music, it's tough to not take shit from them. 2 albums of The Strokes and Animal Collective doesn't compare. Boomers had silly, laid-back music. This was like what was hot right before grunge took the sucked the joy out of music and made it not about decadence but about misery, which was also cool. Especially because it was a stark contrast. Let's see, description, a sprite, distract. It's never quite like this. Got it back, got it back, got it back. I'm hot for teacher. Eddie Vedder, not Eddie Vedder, but Eddie Van Halen was just a fun guitarist, man. He ripped. He was the epitome of 80s rip thrashy guitar that was like just decadent, excessive soloing. I think his guitar weighed like 2 pounds. Like he just had like such low action, easy to play guitar. And he just, no one ever played quite like him. There's a lot of people that came close, but he just had that interesting style. I don't feel tardy. Got it bad, got it bad. I'm happy teacher. Oh, there it is. Oh, and the scroll. Son of a bitch. He's got that Prince scream too. Boomers, Gen Xers, or boomers? Yeah, honestly, I would put this into the Gen X because, I mean, this had to come out like 70s and 80s. But here's a Jane's Addiction. I think Jane is more like millennial. Then again, whatever was popular in the 90s is like attributed to Gen X. And what was in the 80s, I think is still somewhat Gen X. A little boomer. A little bit of both. Boomer is anyone who doesn't know what's a URL. Verbrant, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Let's do a quick Jane's Addiction departure here. I'm going to put in some classics and some of my deep tracks. I love it because Jane's Addiction recently broke up again because the lead singer is just his brain is fried from too many drugs. He thinks everyone's out to get him. You were sad when Eddie died during the pandemic. I feel like anyone who died then didn't get an acknowledgement. Well, we're still listening to him now. We're honoring him now, so. This music today is making me feel like a teen again. I'm an 80s baby. So we're going to be listening to things that I grew up with. And I'm talking as far back as like middle school, you know, like this was like my middle school. We were such cooler middle schoolers. How did millennials turn out so cringe, man? They had some fucking awesome music. But then in the 2000s, it all kind of like became super lame with like Britney Spears and stuff. So that's why. We still had some cool shit, but there was a lot of like, they started to like figure us out how to market like shitty stuff to us. All it took was a girl next door and a genie in a bottle and just shit like that. We got a few hits, then we got a few deep tracks. We're just doing like 3-4 more Jane's Addictions tracks here. Same, let's go. The cool millennials are busy making games. Let's go, Moo. I feel that. I think we just have to set... We just have to run adjust position. Hopefully that doesn't freeze the scroll bar. Fuck. I might have to amend the scroll class to support this better. I like them anyway. Gonna start tomorrow. 80s, did you get to mess with an Apple? I'm sure, yeah, like I played the older like Apple computers a little bit, but played some like I think I played an Amiga too. I don't know. I forget, like in my vague, I remember when I was like first meeting my like stepbrother long ago, I'd go over to his house and we'd play like this. I swear it was like an Amiga, but I don't even remember what games we played. It was so long ago. I was just a wee child at the time. Ah, tea in my eye. Okay, so that's he says I never can do love. Don't know what it is. Someone wants her. I think I only need to be adjusting this while we're doing the deal unchosen. You don't need to be excessively running that. And I cut this code up. It's now unnecessarily split, but whatever. Just in case I want to like reorder the layering in the future, I can, I guess. I don't really care. So let's just see where it's at now. Oh yeah, we also got to check for the back. Why is the back animation not showing? She can't hit. We got all the divorced dad rock in the mid 2000s. Three Kingdoms on the Amiga was good. Really don't remember the games we played. Like my earliest memory though for, because I only did that like 1 or 2 times with him, and that was it. You know, of course, growing up in elementary school, there was always Oregon Trail, every like early computer that I came across. And then you'd go to the dentist office and it would always be, Zelda and, God, why am I brain farting on? What's the one with the guy with the cannon in his arm? I can't think. Mega Man? Yeah, there was Mega Man and Mario and Zelda early days. And then Super Nintendo came out. So the back. All right, that should take care of the back. There's a little bit of excessive drawing, some transparent drawing, but it's like very brief. I don't really care. '90s was a lot of party stuff. First was the shared 115K serial cable, then started the Ethernet. I feel like there's an 80s kind of thing now, dancey rock bands, alt rock, like Haim to the Wallows. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I feel we're in the era of looking back, you know, and now that the way things are developing, it's like people are they're going through this point where they're like, I'm going to stop creating. We're just going to regurgitate the past. And I think it's going to get old super quick. Like eventually, like in another 20 years, people are just going to be like, all right, I've seen enough 80s, 90s, all this. They're going to want something fresh. Well, the back is still not showing, but let's see what this looks like. All right, this is crazy looking. And the banner's not moving at all. All right, the scroll bar does work though. I may have got this backwards. Like whatever the text is doing, the image needs to do, and then the image needs to do what the text needs to do what the image is doing, because it's moving a little too much. And actually, I think the banner is moving. It's just moving the appropriate amount. So I got that backwards. Okay, so let's review. And then the back wasn't showing properly, and that's probably because of the Y positioning. Because look at all this shit. Where's the 0? Oh, that's because it came... yes. So we'll do a little check. If back equals true, then we are going to toss in a draw at the 0. You did anything. Okay, what else was wrong? The movements on the... This was... Okay, so the backgrounds... Banner BG was on 3. Just because, just because. So that's gonna be on the back there, and then we'll put that on the 2, and then the 3. So on here, subject, foreground 2. Banner foregrounds will be 3, and the title will be on 3, I think. Just because. Let's check it out. Let's see what we got. Nothing Guitar Hero-y, no new rock stars, yeah. Prince of Persia, Let's Go, original, and Conan the Barbarian for the Apple. Nice. Every time Orange Man gets elected, people say there's going to be a rock explosion, similar to Reagan years, and it don't happen. Yeah, I don't know. I just think the era of the band is over. It's more about solo artists now. So, I mean, it's possible that there could be rock music, but it's going to be like a solo produced. It's not going to be like a band of like conflicting egos coming together. That sort of rock culture is what it's partially dying. But I'm seeing like a resurgence of like Limp Bizkit. You know, Fred Durst is doing well right now. And the older generations that initially listened to Limp Bizkit aren't showing up to the shows, but the younger generations are all for it. So it's like they still got some juice in the tank, which is actually kind of cool. So they're like, people, I think, are starved for rock. They want rock. Just people aren't putting bands together to do it. I mean, this is like the unfortunate side effect of like all the, you know, LLM stuff, because people are just going to stop doing stuff. And it's all going to be looking to the past when people actually like gave a shit and made stuff. You know, we're entering the dead zone, the slop era, the regret. Like, we were sad about remakes in the past, and now it's going to be like remake times 10, you know? And everyone's like, fucking get a job, artists. You know, like people are so like, it's just a level playing field. I'm like, we don't want to see your art, you know? Like, if you're a bad artist, like, why would we want to see your slop? Like, trust me, we don't. Even if you have the power of good art skills, what you would do with it would just be trash. So it's like, and if you're like saturate the market with things that are just like have already been done a bunch of times, then it just, people get sick of it and they don't want to see it anymore. You know, it's like what's going to happen with Ghibli. Just no longer special. Oregon Trail, every game should have some homage with "You died from dysentery." Yeah. Do you go back when a white shine to it that moves the opposite direction, so it looks like there's a glare on it? I guess I could put a sheen to it, but for now I'm just trying to get like a movement to it, and it's like in its infancy right now. But that was like, here's like the initial kind of intention. So like the text doesn't move quite as much. I could increase the like lessen the background movement, increase the image foregrounds, and then maybe increase the text a little bit. So I got to kind of like tighten it a little bit. And I'm not even like to the point of trying to like skew it. I'm just experimenting with just general X and Y movement and seeing if I can get away with just doing that, because since it's pixel art, I don't want to get too gnarly with like rotations and skews, because it'll look like shit. If I was using a shader and subpixel rendering that specifically allowed for like sharp looking pixel art in 3D space, then I would lean heavier into that, but I can't, because I don't have subpixel rendering, and I'm kind of locked in. So I wanted to increase this movement, decrease this movement, and increase this movement. Oh shit. I also didn't do anything for the Y. Oh, yes, it did. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's try that. Let's see how that vibes. I wanna be your superhero. And that's the end of our Jane's Addiction. Now we're going deeper into the 80s. Solo artists, solo indies, yeah. It's Economics, Screaming Female was an awesome rock band, but they couldn't make enough money. Yeah, musicianship isn't being pushed to the forefront anymore. Yeah, like it's not like as cool to just be a guitarist anymore, you know. I think it's just things are getting pushed further and further into, if you have a talent, try to monetize it. And so you're just looking for like that little marketable snippet. And then now that's all getting like, you know, the data's getting scraped and then regurgitated, and it's gonna turn into the dead net soon for a little bit, until they realize it starts to fall on deaf ears. Because once people are able to very clearly identify what isn't slop, then they're going to gravitate to that, you know. And once people have kind of cultivated trust with their brand that they don't like make slop, then they're going to be the ones, I think, that kind of are able to kind of hold down the fort, basically. I don't love it yet. It's a little too much still, too, for the background. It moves a little too much. I'm like going just for like subtle effect here, you know? I think, okay, so I think what I'm going to do actually is kind of change things up here. So we're going to go move the image further and move that a little bit more. It's still less than the background. And then this one, again, we'll need this. Swap these. And then I'm like, do I want to go back and not reverse this? Need people getting back into drugs and depression again? I think plenty of people are like, you know, smoking weed these days and doing mushrooms and generally getting into drugs. I don't think the drugs is the problem. It's the mindset that there's no point to do anything. You know, like I saw this story about this guy's like, AI ruined my life. And he talked about how he started writing for this YouTube channel. And the guy paid him for like $200 for each video to write like a script for the thing. And it was like this mini series and he just did a few episodes. And the guy's account went from like 200K followers or subscribers on YouTube to like 600 in like in the span of 2 months. And the videos that the guy produced from these scripts were like getting like 3 million views. And the guy was like, he put a stipulation, a clause in the contract that like if it got for every million views, he would get like a $200 bonus. And I don't know, the guy's probably making like $10,000 for like, I don't know how much I think you make like quite a decent amount from like a million once your video gets into the millions. And this guy's getting like nothing for like having created the thing. And after the guy had done like just a few, you know, just the initial batch that was really successful, the guy just fired him and then took his scripts and then pumped it into AI and said, make more like this. And so then the AI came in and just like emulated. So they were worse, but they kind of just carried it on so that he didn't have to give just the measly $200 to write additional scripts. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, how could you think like that's a cool thing to do when you're just like, oh, it's just so easy to like bypass and like get into slop. And slowly it's just going to degrade into garbage. Because people are thinking, oh, it's so convenient. And I don't have to like deal with artists anymore. We can just, the power's in our hand. Oh my God, this is way too powerful. This card's getting crazy now. The Y is like too strong. Did I even adjust the Y too much? That's still reversed. Kind of want to take out that reversal. So it's just the way it's going to be. And people are eventually, it's going to be really hard to discern between what's slop and what isn't. And we're going to go through this era. We're feeling like even things that are done authentically are fake. And we're going to just no longer trust anything. Ah, that needed to be 07. So yeah, it's just going to be sad for a time. And the best thing you can do is just like show that you're doing the work and be doing something fresh and try to get in and steer clear of things as best you can. Like just try to be the first one to get out there, and then as soon as you do, then people immediately start copying it and stealing it, and that's just where we're headed. And so then people are gonna like put in less effort to do those things because their stuff just gets stolen so easily. So it literally is taking away the incentive to put like new things into the world. And so then things will just get really repetitive and shitty and boring. It's mainly just going to get boring because we're just going to see the same shit over and over because new people are going to just like not do anything. Because they're going to think, what's the point? But I'll be out here. I'll still be making shit. Trying to survive. How did you work toward creating your color palette? Trial and error. A lot of trial and error. Just doing it and testing. Describe my art to a T. It's about mass production. It will always be cool to be a guitarist. That's how I feel. I love guitar. I love any, musician. Like piano players, drummers, the whole thing, good bass players, just any instrument that's played well and with an interesting style will always be like, I will always appreciate it for sure. You think that is like eating your golden eggs chicken? Dude has shortened his business lifespan by 10 times. Maybe float the unit sprite relative to the title board. It was, the last pass was messed up actually, because one of the numbers was way off. So I did take away the reversal on the Y, and I also made sure that was like actually a 0.7 instead of a 7, because that was too extreme. So let's just see what this was actually the intention, what I'm building right now. Did I build on the right file? I don't think I did. Not paying attention here. People like crap. People do, and I think people will buy into the slop, and they're not going to care at first. But the thing about it is they're just going to get really bored, and then people are going to find it difficult to innovate when they don't have any practice creativity, because everything they do is stealing other people's stuff. And they're going to lose, they're going to more and more lose access to like new concepts, new ideas, because people are going to start retreating. Because like if you do anything, it just immediately gets, this even happens with products, like I remember seeing this, like there's like this gum that was like selling on TikTok. And as soon as they put out the brand, it was immediately being like copied. They literally copied the look of the packaging and everything, but it was like a cheap version of the gum. And like, they just literally are brazenly stealing things now. No one cares. Anything to kind of like cut corners and undercut things that people innovate on. And so you have to get like better at like legal protections, and basically you just have to get in there, get in there first, and try to secure yourself, and make sure people understand where to get your stuff. I don't know if it's there yet. This is definitely like a little strange, but it looks like the number is still on the that one's not being. Let's see. But I think it's just getting used to it, trying to adapt as best you can, but realizing that what's most likely going to happen is new, innovative, creative things. There isn't going to be like a new era for a while. It's going to be the era of slop, where we're not going to trust anything. And so we're just going to like start showing up to real places to see artists in person. But I think there will be less artists because there'll be harder to make money doing that sort of thing. And the world is going to become even more boring. It's already becoming really drab and like uninspired, you know, like the architecture, everyone's buying the same color cars, like everything's just really kind of monotone and lame. You know, the colors kind of being drained out of the world. And everyone's like, oh, I don't care, man. As long as I get like another like 4 hours of like TikTok time, I don't give a fuck. And everyone's like wondering why they're so depressed. And alone. Looking to the past for color. Let's do that, and let's bring these numbers together a little bit more, actually. And we're gonna go 14, 16. I don't know that I like this. I think I might just bring it back to the idle animations, and this might be something I just have to kind of play with and see how I feel in the future. But right now, I'm not in love with the mouse, like mirror reflected movement with the card. It just seems a little rough, you know, like you're going to get screenshots of like cards looking kind of messed up. And, cause I think like what I'm trying to get is like a pseudo effect of like, you know, you see like in Balatro and like Hearthstone and stuff where the cards are like moving in 3D space and they're kind of like, you know, being dragged like that. And I am trying to just make a pseudo effect like that. And it's not the right look. And because I'm breaking up all the components and kind of parallaxing them in a weird way, it's only like a small detection box too. So I'm just like, I may backpedal on it and just do something that's more like this, where it's just like the image idles and there's a little bit of movement to it, but the card itself just kind of stays static. We might just come back to just this on the hover. Unless I like play more with like skewing and just might need to do more to get it right. But damn deep. Not a lot you can do. Only thing I am trying to do is keep myself learning new stuff. People are really against it though. They don't like to feel bamboozled, you know? Like they got like something that someone just pumped out instantly. They like to know that what they are getting is authentic and someone took time to create it. There's a surprising amount of people that really do appreciate that. The people who are super for the slop are the people who are just trying to like fire all the artists and want to just do things cheaply, you know, and just feel like they're on the same playing field as someone who actually has talent. And so the talentless people are coming out and not wanting to work hard to like cultivate a skill. They just want to have basically zero barrier of entry and just like, you know, make Mona Lisa Renaissance level art, like whatever they want. And it's with all things, you know, with programming, with writing that trust. You don't need to hire a lawyer anymore. You don't need to hire a doctor. You don't need to hire a therapist. It's like slowly going to replace everything. And then people are going to think like, oh, like I'm the expert. And I think it's going to create a lot of morons. Misguided morons. Right now, Hollywood seems remake of remake. I heard that China bans Hollywood movies as part of their retaliatory things, which is like $7 billion. I think, like annually. Normally in movies, the flashback in a black and white, but Riyin contends that the present is black and white and we look to the past for color. Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, haven't you seen those like screenshots of how like comparing McDonald's of today to McDonald's of like the 80s? McDonald's in the 80s was like fun toys, and the insides of McDonald's was really colorful. There was like big play slides and you know, jungle gyms and crap. And like now it's just like these gray empty buildings, and they're like trying to make you not stay there. I feel like a lot of apartment buildings are like built like that now, where they're just really boring and like clean and minimalistic and just boring, uninspired. There's no like flavor to the architecture, no color. If you haven't noticed, all fast food buildings are basically plain looking. Every building of its own type of style and character now. They're making everything look so blah. Yeah, pretty much. You've drawn 40 plus versions of yeah, guys, I'm not going to do this. I don't like it. We're going to go back to just the idle animation and then just tweak that. It's just too messy. This is just, this is not it. I mean, like, this is like generally how people would use it, you know? They would like just kind of like hover over things and just not, they're not going to be sitting here like playing with it. They're just going to like go to the card. And I think it's going to look more interesting if the card is just idling the whole time, you know? Which is easy enough to turn on. So we'll just shut this down. You're taking to imagination and creativity away from the world. Text to speech is kicking my butt. You're doing fine. We're taking away imagination and creativity away from the world. Yeah. Nailed it, boy. You think they're thinking about it? Those taking orders smiled and cared that you need ketchup. Also, the burgers were bigger back then. Yeah. Well, there's certain chunks of the past that still exist, you know? And the truth is like, even though things are like getting shrinkflated and they're just, all the buildings are starting to look the same because it's cheaper to do it that way. Like, it doesn't mean that you couldn't just like suddenly open your own business that was super colorful and just like immediately stole the market because you're just kicking ass. Like, think of it this way. Like, everyone's going to be making the same slop because everyone's going to have the same powers. But if you have something unique about you and you're able to execute it in like an analog way, I think people will resonate with that. You know, like, it's going to be harder to like duplicate what you're doing if, like, for instance, you know, it's like for our games, for instance, if we get away from like DLC and digital stuff and we get to like how do we make like actual like physical merchandise and physical copies of the game? You know, get back to like you get like a cool book and like for Woods of War, it would be like getting like a few of the cards, you know, and I don't know, like a plushie or something. And just like, you can't like easily steal that, you know, like that's something that like would like the more you kind of just get away from the intangible way the world is now, and the more you just bring things into reality, give people hard copies of things, people are going to be stoked about that. Like I saw this one thing about like it was coming from a video editor talking, like people were kind of giving him guff about how like you can just stream everything now, you know, like you just do everything digitally. And he just kind of laughed because he's like, yeah, but like if you want to compare the upload like megabytes compared to how much data you can actually fit on like a physical Blu-ray disc, it's insane how much actual data you can fit on one of those things. But like they're always trying to like optimize stuff so that when you're streaming it, you're just getting like a low, you know, like half as much data so that it comes to your, you know, through your streaming service quickly, You know, you don't want to see buffering. And so, like, you want to see actual high-quality movies, buy, like, a physical DVD. You're actually going to see, like, the real higher quality if you buy the right thing. And it's just, like, little things like this. We're getting into the, like, how can we just, like, make stuff quick and easy and crappy and, like, low bit rate and just get people to, like, just buy into it anyways because they don't care, you know? But there's still going to be room for, like, high-quality real shit if you pay attention to these details. People are going to notice that, like, what you're doing is better. And other people will try to steal it, but it'll always be a little bit, like, off, you know? Because it'll just be like a cheaper copy.
Come on.
That's why I'm thinking there's still hope. Roar, thank you for the follow. Got it. I think they're thinking about it. Those taking orders. Yeah. I read all that. Good chats. Good chatters. I will move to board game developer and open experiences in businesses. Well, you know, with like the tariff stuff, you know, if you're here in America, I've heard a lot of people complaining about board games. The board game industry is not going to be doing very well through the tariff stuff, which already seems like the tariffs are kind of going back. You know, like you put a 90-day pause on like a lot of the tariffs except for the China stuff. But you got to think like a lot of like the board games that people buy, a lot of that shit's produced in China. So it's like, it's kind of a bad time to be trying to like take cheap Chinese products and then charge way more for them, you know, here in America. Because it's going to really cut into that profit margin. You know, like I heard this thing like Lululemon yoga pants only cost like $30 to produce, but they charge $150 here in America for it. So it's just all like fake branding bullshit pricing. And that's fucking sickeningly greedy. It's like, dude, if you just made it $50, that's a beautiful profit margin. Maybe like don't go public with your company and just make it all about gouging the shit out of people. You know, it's like fucking give me a break. And then also you got to think it's a $30 yoga pant that probably just falls apart in a few months. You know, it's really not going to be worth $150. Like they used to make shit that lasted, you know? You know, like they talk shit about like the world is like laughing at America, like the idea of manufacturing coming back to America. But the thing is American products like were built to fucking last. That's why they went out of business, because they didn't, when NAFTA came through and they started like basically were being undercut because like other countries that were importing shit were like figured out how to make everything cheaper, but they would copy the same designs. They would just make it cheaper. And now we're all wholly dependent on like cheap ass crap that falls apart. It's like we're still manufacturing stuff here. We just don't do as much as we used to. And when we build something, we fucking build it for real. So, but I don't know that it's going to come back like they all want it to, but it would be cool if it did, because it would be like nice shit, you know? It'd be a little more expensive, but it'd be fucking nice, you know? The best food takes time to prepare and cook. Everybody want microwavable food now. Ugh. I occasionally have like a tikka masala microwavable thing from Trader Joe's, and I'll like put a bunch of like frozen vegetables with it to try to get some potassium in there to help balance all the sodium. But like I generally try to stay away from that stuff. Use your Amazon boxes for your board game. There you go. You can just hand make your games. But do you know how good I look in those pants? We leave tonight. Maybe you just need to be dropping that 150. Now it's going to be 250 with tariffs, but like, you know, got to get that ass a popping, you know? I get it. That's what the world needs, is more we leave tonight in yoga pants. I think it being expensive gives gives your customers a fake premium feel. Yeah, it's just, but it's fake bullshit. Like, people are so used to the shrinkflated crap, like shoddier products, that they forget how things used to just last. You would buy something and it would just like hang on, you know, like it would just work for a long time. It would, like, whether it's a piece of clothing or a pair of shoes or anything. But now it's like everything is like garbage. And they're just convincing you to get it because it's convenient, you know? Okay, where am I? What am I doing? We're going to remove this. We're going to bring it back to the idle animations. That's what we're going to do. So I'm just going to come into here and I'm going to use the same condition and we'll wrap that on the next section here. So we're going to come in and comment this out. I'm going to leave the code. I might want to come back and experiment with that. You know, I might be feeling creative code-wise in a day or so, and I might fucks with it. But right now, I think it's crap. So we're just going to go back. So bring this. Take this. Not every idea is a good one, but I have to, like, see it. I have to see how it would feel. So I think I'm just going to get like all the... Oh, that needs to be an ore. I did the ore above, right? So I think I'm going to get all the added kind of like bonus energy from this with this. And I might even throw in like a particle effect eventually. But for now, I'm just not going to worry about it. Let's see. Yeah, that's just the image moving. And we leave the background alone. And we're not going to adjust the title at all. We're going to leave that alone. So that means we don't need to store these, and we don't need to store these, right? Oh wait, no, I do need these, just these. All right, that should be it. Now it should just do like an idle animation. Maybe we can fuck with that a little bit. Maybe add a little bit of x-axis deviation, but we'll see. Good morning, Danilo. How you doing? More people would have money too because they were working to produce the goods. Yeah, true. I mean, I say bring back the middle class. Like, it should be an honorable thing to just go and work a blue collar job, which includes like just going to a factory and being a factory worker. If that's how you want to live your life, you know, like graduate high school and work in a factory, you should be able to do that and afford to like buy a house and have a family and just live your fucking life and enjoy yourself. Not everyone wants to like innovate and create like a really creative business and try to like market and shit. Sometimes people just want to go do a hard day's work, have enough money for the life that they gave for that, and be able to take care of their family and just fucking buy cool games and go to the movies and go to concerts and get like good food, you know, get a couple of beers, get a nice TV. Like, that's what's dead about America right now, is that's gone, you know? And it's like pushing everyone out of like, it's actually getting weird now because now they're like the white collar jobs, you know, the coding and like the lawyers and the accountants, all that shit's starting to like, AI is like hunting for that stuff too. So all like the creative jobs, all the intellectual jobs are starting to become like fiercely competitive and obsolete. And so it's like there's going to be a resurgence of like blue collar work because of that. And so it's like just to see how that's going to like unfold is going to be interesting, you know? Like, are we all going to be giving up our programming in the future and just like becoming plumbers and electricians? You know, it's like, I know we had someone in chat, I forget who it was, but they were saying how they were electrician turned software dev. So there's people already trying to get out of it, you know? Driving through the US is depressing, seeing all the broken down towns. Yeah. What do you think about blurs on pixel art? I was thinking about Hollow Knight's background using the blurs and lighting in pixels. Well, you're probably talking about like tilt shifting, and I think tilt shift blur stuff can be really sick. But I generally don't think blurs in shading generally, it looks very good in pixel art. But I think using it for like, you know, if you're going to like blur the parts of the screen to make it look tilt shifted, could be cool. Like there's like a place for like a little here and there can be okay. Like here, there's like a little blur on like the spike shot, like trail, you know, the little shots like have like a little kind of blurred trail slightly, you know, like that's okay, you know. Any demo planned soon? Yeah. The next month, I'm planning to put out a demo. Yeah. Holy so base this early. I need 4 coffees before spitting out facts. My friends abandoned IT job and became truck driver. Happier than ever. So this is coming back to like what I initially had and just getting rid, like this is just feels better. It's more solid. You're getting a little bit of life in the card from the art moving around, but you're not trying to like get too much out of it, you know? Just a little subtle movement and that's enough. Just something to kind of like make it feel alive. I don't know if I should add more to it, but for now, I think I'm just going to leave it like that. That's interesting about your buddy who did a truck driver. I once worked with a front-end developer who is a truck driver. He did it for a while and then he just wanted to get into programming. Like I hear it going both ways, you know. Sometimes people want to be more intellectually stimulated for their job, and other times people want to just kick back and they like love trucks, or they love just doing kind of the just more kind of like grassroots work. And I think there's honor in all of it. You know, to work on something that's more intellectual, like programming, when you do like 8 to 12 hour days programming, you're fried by the end of the day. You're creatively drained, and you come home, you don't want to like look at a computer screen. You don't want to like read or do anything. You're intellectually spent. And so that's kind of the drawback of doing something in tech. But I think if you're spending your day getting physically tired, I'm sure you would come home and you'd mentally still have some like energy left. But I don't know. There's pros and cons to everything. Because even when you're like physically tired, you don't want to like intellectually embrace things as much. You just want to take a break. But I'm saying bring back like, you know, the love for all these things. Love playing Euro Truck Simulator 2. So you like to pretend being a truck driver while you do your IT stuff. This game keeps looking better and better as you work on it. Props. Thanks, Boo. Yeah, I mean, recently I did remaster the cards so that their color scheme was tightened and brightened. And now I'm just trying to like add a little extra pizzazz and motion to the feel, but like without. Initially, I animated the whole card, and I'm not even talking about what I did today. Like months ago, I was like animating the entire card, but people were just like, I can't read the card, and so I was like, well, of course I could like animate it. We just animate the art, but we leave the text alone so that you can very easily read. You know. Ooh, I also updated the flash freeze so that it properly, actually it looks like it might have updated a little too soon. Let's try that again. Starting to chug. Oh shit, it looks like it missed some stuff. All right, we gotta mess with the detection a little bit more. Did I draw the animated border? I did, Moo. I did. It's not a shader. I tried initially to do something with a particle system, but it didn't look like I wanted it to. What's up, Quantum? Right when we go into ads. Oh, shit. No big, no big. We're just chilling. But yeah, like, I think I'm just going to leave it like that for now, and then I'll play with it later. So it was a lot, like, I had to revamp the color scheme anyways, so it was worthwhile to go and cut up the cards, and now I can potentially, like, mess with it more and see what I need to do. But since we're on ads, I need to go to the bathroom, but I think I'm going to wait for a second. Oh, we're already back? Let's go, let's go. How was stream, dude? G-Bone, what's going on? Welcome in.
Come on.
Frozen Fusion, how you doing? I think we're just gonna work on the... We need to work on the freeze detection. What up, Frozen? Not nearly as much progress as I was hoping, plus found a few new bugs. Damn! Well, bugs is still worthy, like, forward progress, though, because now you know they exist and you can crush them. We need to edit the flash freeze and make it so that it looks better, because, like, right now it looks a little jank. Jacinta, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Rogue on an X-Men animation for follow. Cool. Let's go, yeah. So I need to test the flash freeze card, but I need to run to the bathroom real quick. I'm just going to be like a minute. But I wanted to say, Quantum, thank you so much for the raid. And we're just chilling on some 90s rock right now. And I just drank like a ton of ginger tea. And so I got to go to the bathroom really bad. So I'm going to run, but I'm just going to be like a minute and then I'm going to be back and we're going to continue work. I'm going to like, so what we're going to work on is right now this flash freeze card is not detecting on the wave perfectly yet. So like as the wave passes over enemies, it's supposed to like show them frozen, but there was like a scenario where they weren't like perfectly doing their thing, so we need to adjust. All right, I will be right back. Just be like a minute. And Quantum, go take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid, man. All right, be right back, guys. And back. Sorry about that. All right, let's focus on this. So what I was noticing was, here, let's grab the frost card. So like when I was dropping the frost card like here, these dragons weren't getting frozen. So like right there, like it's, so basically it's just not detecting when it's on top of stuff like that. Makes me think like maybe I should have, I think I need to reverse the detection that's going on, because right now it's based on right here. It's wave center. I was trying to have it detect on like a position of the wave. We'll just have to put in a very specific position. Let's see, so this... Do I have like a center image? So I'm gonna say detection. Oh, that's the half width. So detection rect x plus half width, and the enemy detection y against the detection rectangle of the wave, which is likely going to be way bigger. All right, so we need to potentially adjust the music here, guys. There's a lot of good songs on this list. Are we still vibing with 90s rock? Is that what we want in our lives? Or should I change? Do we evolve? Do we blow up? The outside, as they say. Alright, so there's still a few songs on this list that I'd like to hear. What the hell is that song? What the hell is that song? Okay, where are we? So, bringing it back to the detection rect on the wave. I guess I'll just change that to the right. So we need to adjust the detection rect a little bit, tighten it up a little bit. But I do need to leave it quite broad so that it can cover our ass. So where do I specify it? Let's see, background texture. The outside. Okay. This is if it's the attach enemy. -1 was the front enemy attach. 1, -1. So here's the wave. And I don't specify a detection size, which we'd want to do after the load texture. It's not here? So where you can selectively show the detection. And we'll show it here. And we're going to want to, if it's a wave, we're going to want to adjust it. So Still doing some pretty hard stuff. Perhaps we should gravitate into something a little more chill. So after this, we're going to switch to something a little more medieval. So this is the last of the rock. Okay. For those of you on Twitch. For those of you on YouTube, you're enjoying some lo-fi. I didn't forget this time. Last stream I was playing what I usually play off of Spotify on YouTube on accident. And I took the video down and I didn't get in trouble, which was good. Because I didn't mean to do it. But if you want a different music flavor and you're on YouTube, feel free to hop over to twitch.tv/RiyinArt to hear what we're listening to over here. But yeah, this will be the end of it, and then we're gonna get into some medieval stuff, some chill stuff. So I got the detection offset X there, and I'm going to All right, let's see the results. So I added in the hitbox on the wave, and I tried to make it smaller, and we put it on the left and the right version of it. And I also changed the detection around so that if the enemy is inside of the wave hitbox, then it should trigger. and I used to have it the reverse. Makes a little more sense because generally the enemies tend to be smaller. And what was the position that I used for the enemy hitbox? Let's see, that was on the wave effect. And so I did it at the midpoint of the detection on the enemy and just the Y on the enemy. I should probably do it on the midpoint of the enemy on the height as well, actually. But let's just test this first and see if it is already starting to work and if we see the hitboxes. Let's see, where's the enemy? Well, I didn't see the hitbox. Perhaps rendering it where I was rendering it doesn't quite function like I wanted it to. One thing I wanted to test was if I drop it like on the enemy, it doesn't want to trigger. So I need to figure that out. So perhaps I just need to increase the size to be on the tail end. Why is the... Okay, let's go into the A sprite class. And I'm gonna move this over to the looping sprites. Oh, you don't even have it. Why were you not showing up? I don't think I defined that correctly. That's why. Okay, so let's see. What's your problem, dude? Show detection. Integer. Public. Pebby, what's going on? Enrico, how you doing, man? You're sensing something? How did you know? Matt Birdquest, what's going on? Guitar. How was your stream, Pemmy? Welcome, welcome. Pemmy Raid, let's go. Banana time. The Guitar Assassin, how you doing? Stream was great. That's excellent. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I'm just doing a little bit of coding today. Touching up the flash freeze. Today I didn't have like a very specific plan. I just wanted to work on the game in general. Just whatever was kind of coming up. Totally wasn't in his stream when I saw him raiding into you. Oh, really? Well, welcome in, dude. Tried doing Fabric for the first time. Oh, really? Fabric is difficult. A difficult subject. But it does follow a set of rules. As does anything. Alright, so we gotta add that to the other one as well. It's on the left. We've got this one. So the midpoint of the detection rectangle. Now the enemy, yeah, that's in the 480 by 270 realm, so that should be good. And then, let's see, front enemy, attach. Yes, yes, on the -1. It is indeed difficult. Well, yeah, like I've always struggled with it myself. It's like generally just following like the flow of it, you know, without overdoing it. It's like a delicate balance, but it's one of those things that if you can study that and get really good at it, Fabric covers most things. I mean, most of the time you're not just drawing like muscles all the time, you know. It's like knowing how to properly clothe your characters can really make a massive difference. And it also kind of alleviates the anatomy side of things, you know. It's like obviously you need to know what the anatomy is doing underneath the clothing, so you can get all the major landmarks, but it does kind of alleviate that in a way. So it's like a weird exchange of work. Drawing Fabric, painting Fabric can be both a relief and a chore. So there. I was doing, let's see. I was thinking I wanted to push it to the end as opposed to like have it be from the middle. So this one is for, all right, this one's for the left one. And so then this one needs to be, if I'm going to go with 30%, I want to push this to 40%. Of the width of the dist rect, and then we're going to push it to the entire width on the left side minus the detection width, and then for the right one we're going to put it right on the edge, and I push this to 40%, and we're going to not add this at all, just from the X. We're going to actually not add this at all. We're just going to say X. And yeah, this offset will just be 0. And did I say show? I don't see it here. What the fuck? Was doing a huge theater curtain for my first time. That's a good thing to choose. Show. Wait, why am I not seeing that? Oh, we need a semicolon, and then we need to say show detection equals 1. Why did I not see show detection? I did it there. All right. Maybe it was just like pushed off the screen or something, but I am saying a 70 alpha on the detection rect. Do I need to do anything else for this? No, that should be good. So we're doing a little fill rect for that. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see that before. Oh, did I not set the height properly? Maybe the height didn't get set. And that's why. So let's make sure we set that height. Because I thought it was happening automatically. But we'll just cover our ass here. Well, go take a break, man. Thank you so much for the raid. Do your thing. And I'm just making corrections and code adjustments to the game over here. Getting closer to releasing the demo. So I'm just mainly just doing a lot of polish. All right, that should cover our ass. Let's see. What about the Y position though? I think on the looping sprite, we'll pop under the looping sprite and add that into the animation. So in the move true, we'll just add the Y here, just to make sure that that's coming through. Build it, and they will come. I just don't know if this is going to show up. It didn't last time, but it might have been because it was just drawn far off the screen somewhere. You're breaking good, devouring some bread? Let's go. Yeah, I've been eating like sourdough bread all day. I like to toast up sourdough with like a little bit of olive or avocado oil, and then I put some cinnamon on it. It's very good, very tasty little treat. Ooh, yeah, it's really good. It kind of blew my mind to discover that sourdough is basically just, you have to do a starter where basically you don't even use any yeast. You just put in, I guess, like water and flour and sometimes a little sugar, and then the yeast is supposed to just like be pulled out of the air, and it just slowly turns into sourdough bread. And they're saying you don't even need sugar. Like, sourdough is just straight up from, you know, nothing. It's just that. It's just kind of crazy. I mean, I don't know everything about it. I just kind of heard that and I was like, holy shit, that's kind of wild. I feel like I might be getting a slight pause. I guess that's intentionally paused, but it looked like there was a hiccup there. It's kind of different. Okay, I saw it that time. That's actually a good placement. I'm down for that. I kind of want to adjust it a little further. That was a bad place for the trap, but anyways, we're just testing this. So let's try it if we drop it on top of the enemy. All right, good. He got frozen. It seems slightly laggy, and it might be because we added the new idle animation, or am I not using like a certain optimized thing maybe? All right, yeah, that's working better. I was thinking the melty face, I kind of want to add a third one for this offset one. So I think we need to go and do that. It's not going to be as clean in the BG, but here, let's push this first. So we git commit, we refined the card idle Annie and fixed the flash freeze detection push. And let's do an adjustment to... Yeah, we're just going to be jumping around, guys. Tried making a sourdough, ended up with a brick. I've never done it before. I kind of want to try to make Ezekiel bread. I also want to try to make sourdough. Why do you think it turned out to be a brick? Was it just not enough water, or... like, I wonder how you're supposed to, like, nurture it. Is it purple effect? Or... it's in one of these. Alright, so that's the actual, like, effect on the enemy. And that is also the effect on the enemy. This is what we need. So this one, I'm thinking I want to add the, let's see, it's still the full size. I want to add one more. I guess oh, the only problem with the one in the middle was the ear overlap. That's why I didn't want to do it. Well, let's just add it in, see how it feels. And I don't love the overlap on the ear, but I think it's going to be better when it's on the alternative side camera angles. So let's see, this is supposed to be 178, I think. What are you? So much data, 178, indeed. I could potentially move them over a little bit. But let's see how this feels first. Oh, I don't think I saved it in the right location, so I think I may have fucked it up. Let me look at the files here. Maybe I just didn't save it in the right place. Life drain. That's the enemy background, so that should be fine. Yeah, I just didn't save it in the right place, I don't think. Yeah, okay. One thing I have been wanting to do is dynamically create the little fireflies in the backgrounds, because I have like a little animation of them, but kind of wanted to do it more based on like a particle system maybe. So that's a 3. So it's a little, it is a little strange with it being like behind the tree, but then when it's like this, it's like you're always seeing kind of everything. I don't know. Could potentially... try to spread it out just a little bit. We have to do it intentionally here. Interesting. Wait, what? Oops. One more time. Could potentially move them a little further. do a little toggle. I think that feels good. All right. Maybe the added motion, need to make sure that that doesn't start until it's fully animated in, because that might be causing the issue. Have it animate out a little sooner. So let's see, how long do we idle there? Here. Okay, before we test that, I think I need to put a little bit of restriction on the card idle animation stuff. So, text draw. Let's start to get rid of some of this extra business. Wait a second, no, not that stuff. That's actually particle effect stuff I might come back to. Alright, so what was I doing? The idle animation. Yes, we were trying to prevent this adjustment until the deal is all the way in. Back is false. And wait, no. Dealing is true, unchosen is true. And front's complete. All right. Let's see how this looks. Hopefully there won't be any lag. I feel like there's like already fledgling pinch of lag. And it's probably due to all these different, all the different layers I'm putting into the cards now. And it's like making a lot of adjustments between each draw. Kind of slows the whole thing down. Might need to consolidate some of the layers eventually. Been doodling like draw sessions guy. Doodles suck, but a lot of fun. Yeah, doodling's good. Yeah, just pull out the like ballpoint and just go to town. Not a lot of pressure. Yeah, like the clicking on the special is a little bit slow. The Death Flower. See, because I noticed like a slight pause. Yeah, it's like a pause and then a leap. So it's like preloading something. So I could potentially start the pause sooner or just get to the bottom of what's not getting preloaded. What's up, Karani? Welcome in. You notice that it led you to extrapolate from the tutorials that you've seen and try doing things in a different way just to see how they look? Very rewarding. Yeah. Iteration is the key to success. I'm out of tea. I'm out. It's easy to get time for it. You've just been doing during meetings. Yeah, doodling can, like, you can squeeze that in whenever. So where are you? Going wrong here. Okay, so we have to backtrack everything that happens. And optimize things. And it's probably not so much an optimization issue because I don't think there's any like raw image loading. I'm pretty sure all the preloading is completed. So it's just a matter of pinpointing like, why is it kind of pause the first time I click it and then it takes a second to actually like pause the game. And so it seems like it's initially loading something before it actually gets around to pausing. So it seems like if I was to send out the pause sooner, that would alleviate whatever that additional... Seems like it's got a few frames in there before it like officially pauses when I click the death flower. So we got to go to the interface. So if the death flower current frame is greater than 0, mouse is hovering, and it isn't paused yet. And death hover is true. We bring in the sparks. It's the deal 3. What triggers the deal 3? Where is the interface update? Because perhaps... this needs to be moved. See if that cleans it up a little bit. So right now the issue that I'm having is when I click the death flower, it looks like the game lags for a second. And then like the characters move. So it almost like looks like it pauses and then unpauses. And like the characters make like a few pixel movements. And then it officially pauses. And then the 3 cards animate in. And so I'm trying to make it so that when I click the death flower, it just immediately pauses the game. And it stops doing updates to the enemies. So I'm like pausing it sooner. And hoping that whatever lag is there will just be concealed within that. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, I think it was just like not necessarily a lag spike as much as it was a just a malformed pausing, because like it was requesting the pause, so I think it was like partially pausing certain things, but then it was running the rest of the update function. So I moved it down so as soon as the interface runs its update and it detects that it's doing the collect card function, it's going to call for the pause and it's going to stop running and updating enemies and stuff like that, because it's just going into a pause state sooner basically. And then we needed to remove the show detection for you. And you. And Since that's generally for testing, I'm going to remove it, so unnecessary memory consumption. Very unnecessary indeed.
Come on.
Oi. Chroma Woods, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, so NP, let's go. I don't know what I might work on next. Kind of just jumping around right now, working on miscellaneous things. Right now I just, let's see. I took out the hitbox off of the flash freeze. So I did want to potentially redo the BG for both Raging Roots and for Flash Freeze. So I think I might visit that a little bit. I had a concept that I wasn't sure if that was the route that I wanted to go, so I think I'll just flesh it out a little bit and see how it feels. Today's just a lot of playing around with concepts and basically just seeing what sticks. If it's, you know, if I try it and it doesn't feel right, then then I know, you know? All right, so what was this thing called? So said, thank you for the good vibes. Welcome in, welcome in. Let me see. Where are you? What did I call it? Was it a Raging Root? Raging Root background? No, that's the old one. Special background. Here we go. So this was like a new background concept that I loosely sketched in Resprite on the iPad. And so I'm going to try to I'm going to embellish this more, but we're going to do this with the, oh, it does look a little bit misaligned, doesn't it? Indeed it is. Okay. So it's like, I guess the concept is kind of like lava lamp meets, fire sort of thing. So I'm going to clean it up, and then I'll start to animate it. What's up, low boy? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day, sir. We're just putting our heads down and getting some work done today. Kind of working on like random stuff. Jumping around. Thanks. You too. I hope people happy. Nice, nice. Glad to hear it, man. What's up? Good morning, Blitz. Top of the tip morning to ya. And all that jazz business. Welcome to the start of the rest of your life. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna love this or hate this. So I'm just going for it. Hoping to make a somewhat of a more interesting background Annie for the Raging Roots, because I just don't like what it was before. But definitely, you know, I'm down for these colors, but if I can just make this be like both kind of like flamey and fluidy, it could be really interesting. 5 a.m., so definitely top of the morning. Damn, son. How's the game coming along? Pretty good. Let's see, what did we add today? So I've been cutting up the, I recolorized, like remastered the coloring on the cards so that they are just a bit brighter. And then I also broke the assets up so I could add in an idle animation for the graphics. So the graphics kind of move around a little bit, just to give it some life, you know, a little something something. And I made an adjustment to, that does still feel kind of like a lag spike. I want to mess with that a little bit more. Maybe it's like the vignette fade-in's a little too slow or something. Maybe there really is just a lag spike. But anyways, so yeah, you can see the cards are a bit brighter now. Just a little bit cleaner. I also cleaned up like the little text box and just general cleanup of the cards. And then for Life Drain, I redid the background a little bit, just added 3 heads and then kind of toggled them so that they kind of toggle in. And also when you hover on the card now, you see the idle animation as well on the hover. So the cards kind of come to life a little bit when you hover them on them. So just like basically general polishing, you know? Little things that I've been wanting to mess around with. And I also refined the flash freeze too, like the detection on that, which I just might as well keep testing. But yes, that like little pause as the cards come down, I need to like shrink that time just a little bit. With this flash freeze, change that detection around. I want to change the background. I'm like working on the background for both the flash freeze and for Raging Roots as well. And that's currently what I'm working on right now. So here's Raging Roots. Like here's the Raging Roots card and here's the old background. So it's just kind of like the background's just kind of basic right now. And even has like a pixel flaw in it, like a stray pixel that never got deleted. So it's basically just kind of like an FPO. So I'm trying to do like a new background for Raging Roots, and that's what this is. Experimenting with kind of a new look to hopefully make it a little more vibrant, a little more interesting. So yeah, just doing kind of miscellaneous things, jumping around. Looks awesome. Thanks, man. Well, I'm hoping I can get the demo out and playable before Next Fest. But in June is when I'm officially going to be joining Next Fest. I mean, that's the plan right now. I still haven't submitted to it. I'm kind of like waiting. I have it like in my date book till like, I think next week I have to have like some sort of alpha demo. Even if I'm not like releasing it to anyone yet, like I still have all of May to really piece together a nice demo for Next Fest. But I'm trying to like reach a preliminary goal. Because I'm also like actively trying to get the trailer done and I need to update the screenshots on the Steam page. So it's like, it's this big thing. It's just a big pain in the butt. But I'm nearly there because like I've just been working on mainly just trying to refine the assets, to have the assets to make the trailer and update the screenshots. And so I've like had like a lot of updated stuff to show for a while. I just haven't updated the Steam page yet. Because I'm kind of hyper focused. But honestly, I really do need to at least update the screenshots. But it does take several hours because I have to do like all the translations and stuff. You know, for like each card has to like, I have to show the translations for them. And I even have to like update some of the descriptions a little bit. But yeah, coming along, coming along. How's your day, man? What are you gonna do today? 5 a.m. You must have plans. These are working man hours. You're on your way to the Boston music competition?
Come on.
Dude, good luck with that. Upgrade Chicken, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Big plans, let's go. So are you playing guitar, or what are you doing in the competition? You breakdancing to fat beats? I know you gave up guitar to be a breakdancer. That's your dream all along. You can't fool me, son. I know the truth. Oh, it's a wind ensemble? No guitars? Okay, okay. You're like, what? I'm just waking you up. Getting you ready. What wind instrument do you play? I didn't know you did played a wind instrument. That's cool. Ah, you play the percussion? Very cool. Well, that's fun. Do a little trip with the band crew. What a nice way to spend the day. Hopefully it's fun. And not totally lame. Hit thing, make noise. Ooh, I understand. So you bring like pots and pans and you just smash them with like wooden spoons. And they wonder why they brought you, kind of a thing. You can't fool me. I know how you operate. You're crazy. You probably just play like a crash or like a snare, I'd imagine. It'd be sick if you played like timpani or something, but I kind of doubt that you guys have a big old expensive timpani. That'd be dope. Be crazy. Next level. Yeah, gonna be fun. Let's go. That's just about fits my description as a percussionist. You do play the timpani? Holy shit, that's awesome, dude. That is totally dope. Timpanis are awesome. I actually want to put like timpani. I mean, it's obviously going to be like a synth version of one, but I'd like to put timpani into the theme song for the game when I finally get around to putting it together, which needs to happen soon. I feel like they're decent for like general like war drums in a sense, you know. They're the Mamba Jambas. They're super big. Well, that is really cool, man. You know, maybe a little dulcimer, hammered dulcimer. Let's go, good vibes. Maybe a little harpsichord. I don't know what sort of samples I'm gonna put into the music, but I'm gonna do a bunch of stuff. Pitched percussion is a completely different thing, though. No dulcimer. I'd play to. You'd love to play one, but we don't have one. Yeah, I mean that's like kind of a percussive melodic instrument. I could see that being something you definitely, as like a percussionist, would want to get into. I just like the sounds of it, you know, like some nice Zelda music on a dulcimer, like hammered dulcimer. It's really legit. You hear them at like Ren fairs a lot. The very Renaissance sounding. Dulcimer isn't in a lot of music from what I know. Okay, well let's do a quick sample of the dulcimer. Let's see. I'm gonna add the cue. Next song coming up is it's a hammered dulcimer, and it's called the Dizzy Jig. Ooh, she's got one called, I don't know why. Oh, it is a she. I was like, why am I calling her she? Here is one that's called Magic, or Fantasy. Let's do that one. Hopefully it's like the fantasy D&D vibe, you know? Little 2-minute dulcimer. So here's the dulcimer. It's kind of quiet. I just think it has like a very medieval, cool sound, you know? And it's very percussive at the same time, you know? Here, let's try... I'm going to turn it down again because I'm going to try a new album that might actually be better mastered. This is some Zelda with some dulcimer. Then after this, we'll get back to the other music we were listening to. It's definitely a vibe, right? It might just be that it's not in a lot of music that I play, but more, as you said, made for Ren fairs. Yeah, exactly, though. I mean, that's I want to go for that like medieval. And it's a little more interesting than like a harpsichord or an actual harp, you know? Because they like hit it with like little sticks. It's like a guitar that you hit with sticks. So it's got a lot of rhythm to it. For those that don't know. The old dulcimer. Very medieval. Yeah, hammers. I mean, they don't look like actual hammers, but they do call it the hammered dulcimer. Yeah, so like that's all I've really thought about, like what goes into what's going to go into the song for the main song for the game is dulcimer and timpani. That's like all I thought about so far. And everything I've written has just been on the piano using like string synth. All right, back to the list that we were listening to prior. And let's see, where were we on it, actually? We were Shards of Exeter. Oops. No, so that was the last thing we listened to. Oh yeah, okay, so we got through that. We were listening to here. There we go. Two solid percussion choices. It'll be interesting to see how it turns out. But I'm sure it's going to be a work in progress. I hopefully will have it in the next few weeks, like really start to piece it together. I've certainly been working on the composition generally, but just haven't even touched really, only lightly into FL Studio and trying to learn how to produce music in that program. The only thing I've really been studying music-wise lately is just general mixing concepts. Not really specific knowledge about building a song in FL Studio. So it's going to be kind of a painful process, but I've done a little bit of work trying to learn that. So I'm definitely going to be just adding frames to this to start to bring this to life. But I'm trying to set up the initial frame. Because when I initially drew it, I only drew like the top section. And even that needed some cleaning up. But the bottom, like, I kind of blindly drew it behind the forest, behind the grass and stuff. So I'm like, just trying to give it some intentional shapes. Kind of set me up for goodness. All right, Riyin, I'm going to try and catch some Z's. Got a long way to go before Boston. See you around. Blitz, thanks for hanging out, man. Get some rest. Good luck with your competition. And Timpani rocks. May the medieval vibes bring relaxation. Yeah, I'm just arting at this point. We're just kind of making stuff and vibing. So when I'm drawing these like little dots and stuff, I am thinking big, medium, and small kind of a thing. It is going to be very symmetrical, kaleidoscopy. It's initially like this center part will be covered by the tree, but when you look over to the right, you will see this area as well. So it has to work. So I don't want to like inundate it with too much detail, because I'm going to start animating these things. So every little bit that I put in, I'm gonna have to manage. This is one of the main reasons why I'm using the symmetry ruler to help mitigate that a little bit. So the concept is kind of like it would just like move upward. And I'd need to find a way to get it to cycle into itself. So let's see. It's currently 4:30. Let's see. We actually need it to be 178 times 2 is 356. We can make this work. We just need it to feed back into itself. So I did kind of make it too wide. Damn. So... All right. What's up, Prophets? Welcome, welcome. Bump, 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 bump. I hope you're doing well too, ma'am. Been working on a lot of miscellaneous stuff today. Kind of nice to just freestyle a little bit and work on what needs to get done, which is everything. Part of me feels like I could get to that outer white. Maybe not. Fozzie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Man from you, what's going on? I'm working on a background effect for the Raging Root special. Trying to make it special. And it is a process. Adrian, what's going on? Focus mode Riyin is the best coworker. Oh yeah. So Dark Lord, why your background sound or music feels like Indian drama music tracks? It is the gates of Akira. It's some WoW music, so it's probably for like a desert. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. South Asian people feel that's as Indian drama vibe. Daughter-in-law versus mother-in-law. Fair enough. Fair enough. What? It's almost got like a Conan vibe to it, doesn't it? Gyro, what's going on? Hey, good sir. What are we doing today? So I'm working on a background effect for the Raging Roots special. So I'm thinking kaleidoscope meets fire meets lava lamp. Just kind of like magic energy. So it's just like going to be like emanating through the background. So like this. And I'm just trying to do more to it. I'm just getting a nice rhythm, and I like this pace. It's enough frames. And so what I'm going to start doing now is I'm going to go through each individual frame, and I'm going to start doing some extra kind of morphing to it. I'm just going to manually animate stuff. I mean, it already kind of works like this, but I want there to be just a little bit more to it. Looks cool. Thanks, man. Details when it's not enough. When it's overdue. It's, at the very least, I am using the symmetry ruler, you know, but this part, I could have potentially planned this out a little better so that I animated it like in place and then did like a motion thing. So it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass to be like pushing it from frame to frame, but I think it'll also kind of create some interesting scenarios. So I'm just going for it. Yo, 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 yo. Did you add MMO to the game? Does it have PvP? No, it does not. It's going to be single player. For I am but one man. But to give it a little bit more of a social feel, at least I'm going to have a little bit of a narrative. And there's going to be sort of companions in a way. Can't wait for the demo. Yeah, I can't wait to get it out too. Cinnamon roll card. Don Ho, thank you so much for the raid. What's going on, man? Hey, buddy. Side guy, what's going on? How you guys doing? Working on the tower defense game here, Woods of War. Tower defense card game that I'm writing in C++ and SDL2 for those who don't know, and programming it from scratch. Currently I'm working on a background effect for the Woods of War, and I'm trying to think like kaleidoscope fire meets lava lamp sort of thing. So it's just going to be kind of like this energy thing in the background, and I'm slowly, I like already kind of gave it a conveyor belt, and then now I want to bring it a little more to life. So I'm just adding little animations to it, and I'm just in the middle of trying to bring it to life. A fellow A-Sprite user, yeah. I'm doing all the pixel art, all the coding and everything. Nothing much, just working on some Whitefall Game Jam and C. Disposable grannies, gotta get kids ready for school. We'll be back later to lurk. Thanks, man. Really appreciate the raid, and have a good day, man. I will do what I can to take care of your crew. We're really just like heads down focused today. Really just trying to get it done. And ads are about to hit. Expendable Granddads. It's a Disposable Grannies is a great name. It makes me giggle. It's making me giggle. Sorry about the ads. I'm about to get jump scared by an ad. I'm not seeing it. It's trying, I think. You're a mouse man yourself. Nice, very well. Yeah, drawing with a tablet. Impressive. Doing art with a mouse. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. I occasionally use the mouse, especially when I'm on my laptop. You have a tablet, you need to break it in, but your workstation is kind of in flux at the moment. I knew the ad would find you. It was hunting. It was hunting for you all along. The ad's like, haha, you think I forgot you? Don't be a fool. But don't worry, I'll be here. We have got lots of work to do. we back from ads? It seems as though we are. What's up, Arya? If you're to make a rogue-like roulette game, how should I approach? Roulette. I don't know. Obviously, there's some sort of gambling game jam going on. This is not the first RNG sort of game idea I've heard today. But I'll tell you what I told the first guy, which is be careful how much RNG you put in. What makes games fun is having somewhat predictability to them. Something you can strategize around and adapt to. Pixel arts don't look pixel art. They look HD. Perhaps you're not looking close enough. It is a background, so it's going to be a lot of pixels. Pretty massive. That's why I'm using the symmetry ruler. Tried to give it some motion. Of course, it's a lot of frames, but it is my fate. Look at how many frames. Yeah, it's a lot of frames. It's kind of nuts. Schmoo dash fuck. Trying to get there.
Come on.
Mr. List, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Howdy, is this your main project, or are you working for someone? This is mine, yeah. I'm just a solo dev making Woods of War. And I'm hoping to join Next Fest. The next Fest on Steam. So I'll have a demo hopefully by June 9th. Despite being nervous, shared my latest work in Discord and several channels. How are you doing so far? I'm getting there. Just 1 million frames at a time. It is a process. It is a slow process. Kind of an insane idea that I had. Oh, dear goodness. I don't think I'm going to be able to fully do it today. But I will certainly make progress. I'm hoping just to get the white part animated. White flame part here. Wish you all the best. Thanks, man. If you have a Steam account, there's the Steam page. If you so wish, you can wishlist it, and you'll be informed when the demo's ready and stuff. You know. Easy peasy. Oh yeah, you already did it. Well, to anyone who hasn't done it yet, wishlist is available. I have to shamelessly promote it constantly. It's a long road of promotion. It's so long. Infinite. Wow, I've been going 7 hours. I swear the last time I looked at the clock, it said I was in for 3 hours. I was like, what the hell? Working on this thing is just flown by. Hydrate. Shame. And we will shamelessly obey. Well, shame. Shame. What up, Nan? You dodging some bullets there? Pretty sweet. Hello, hello. Yo, 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 yo. Why did I have to do this idea? It's so intense. I'm just so tired. Spin it, flip it, and rip it. Yeah, it's pretty vibey music. What is the idea here? Well, just trying to generally create like a nice little background that will add to one of the specials. Raging Roots specifically. I suppose we'll take a minor break here. I'll show you the one that it's supposed to be for. I think I need it. 2-second break. So this one, Raging Roots. Right now the background is just like FPO. And so like when it drops, it's just like roots like shooting up from the ground. But the background was always like an FPO. And needed something more interesting. And this is like my first experiment to determine whether or not it's what I want to do. But I'm already spending so much time on it. God, it seems like the card on the right is always slower now. What the fudge? Toxic fiber? What? Toxic vapor. Oh, I see what you mean. It's like meant to be like magic. I'm trying to come up with like a magic vibe. And it's what I am envisioning is a mix between a flame and a lava lamp. Because I'm going to like make the other parts of it move as well. And I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to like make something interesting that'll show in the background while the Raging Roots goes. This is already better. Like it's already visually more interesting. But of course it requires a lot of attention. So that's the only problem. Why did I have to make it 54 frames? Why? You just have to continue bringing it to life. It's the only way. And hey, if I don't end up using it for this particular one, I might use it for like a flame one in the future or something. I don't know. It's not failing on art. It's definitely going to have so many months of work of art put into it, as it already does. So yeah. Actually, the thing that I'm like worried about most is increasing the complexity of the actual card game itself and really showing the deeper complexities of it. Because right now it's really just coded in, but It's more just kind of like casual. A lot of the information's like hidden, you know, like the attack power and the defense and the armor, stuff like this. So I want to add a more depth to it as I go to hopefully make it just comparable to other card games. I've spent so much time on just visual assets that it's like I feel like I need to put some love into that. But I feel like that's going to come more when the demo's out and like I'm working on like balancing the game, and I can just like tweak cards and tweak enemies and do stuff like that to just slowly add layers of complexity, because that's just more like on the code side. So the assets are the real pain in the ass, everybody knows. More stats that can be on the second version. Yeah. The demo is just like, I do want to get hopefully a few more cards in for the demo. Really, I was hoping 4 more Arcana cards and maybe like 4 utility cards, something like that. Certainly no more specials, because these specials are the worst. They take so much time. They're the worst in terms of time suck, but anyways. Back to the flame. Back to the shadow. I did recently complete a rewatch of Lord of the Rings, so go back to the shadow. Got some Gandalf quotes stuck in my brain. Yay, my fave streamer is back. Now what's up, Forrest Grump? How you doing, man? Are you having a good start to your day? I'm just trying to make some flames, flaming around and dancing and stuff. Oh boy. I'm still getting used to this like sleep schedule, so I'm a bit loopy. Took one of those weird siestas like a day ago, and it totally like made me not take my normal sleep schedule, so. You're so busy last 2 days has been endless coding and polishing of styling. Excuse me. And now I need to rework some styling since I need to keep in mind embedded container. It will run in. Ooh, an embedded container. Reminds me of iframes. You know, for you HTML5ers, you JavaScripters. I have contemplated making the site like a JavaScript site, but because I got to make a site for Woods of War and then one for Riyin Studio as well. But part of me just wants to also just use a template or something else. But at the same time, I just probably for the websites, I'm just going to be doing single page press kits, basically. Nothing too complex, except for maybe on Woods of War, I might do. It'd be nice to have like a page that like talks about the enemies and stuff, like a little bit of like strategy stuff. But that might just go into a wiki. Just thought it'd be fun to do that, but that's going to be like a million years from now. I think the priority, I mean, probably by the next fest, it'd be good to have something, but I don't think I'll be able to do that. I don't think I'll be able to get it done. So let's see. And now I want to rework some styling since I need to keep in mind embedded container it will run in. So yeah, it is pretty much iframe. Took a look top Jekyll, whatever it's called, and looked interesting. Jekyll is the proper name. Jekyll was interesting. You know what I'm probably going to end up doing? Is just like making a very basic HTML CSS site and not even using like less or Sass. Fuck that. No build. I'm just going to use straight up either like GSAP or jQuery and just make a really simple guts out site. I always loved building sites without any bullshit. You know, like I don't want to put in any PHP, no CMS, no backends, no React, no Angular, no JavaScript framework. Fuck all that noise. I'm sick of that shit. I just want to style it so it's nice and liquid for phones to, 4K televisions and just make it all like beautifully liquid. That's the most important thing. Something that can fit on all screens and it just works and it's simple, and that means a lot of hard coding. That means like I won't be using any like JSON or anything to like piece it all together. I'm just gonna straight up just like put the thing together because I'm a long time front end dev and I just prefer simple sites sometimes. I don't want to like complicate the thing. Just JS, HTML, and CSS. That's pretty much it. Yeah, like I'm thinking as much as I can, probably just native JS, but like just use jQuery for any sort of anything, And it seems like CSS has been coming a long way. I bet you there's some like potential scrolling effects and stuff I could do via that, but it'll probably all be JavaScript. Most importantly though, it's just liquid. That's all that really matters. Like it doesn't have to be like a lot of parallax scrolling or anything. Native JS, Hawk2a, just use TypeScript. Wouldn't I be using TypeScript if I was doing like Angular or React or some shit? Nah, I'm not going to be doing TypeScript. It's been a while since I've done any TypeScript. I need a refresher. TypeScript, JavaScript with syntax for types. So is that like custom types? Let me refresh my brain hole. TypeScript 5.8 is now available. TypeScript adds additional syntax to JavaScript to support a tighter integration with your editor. That's like additional... Hold on. Say what? Describe your data. Oh. I'm just boning up. I haven't like bothered with TypeScript for a couple years now, so everything is always changing. And I'm probably not going to use it, but I'm still curious. I'm still curious. Just show me the code, baby. All right, so functions with type annotations. Interesting. Yeah, maybe I'll use TypeScript a little bit. The thing is, I don't think it's going to be that data heavy of a site. You know, I don't like think it's going to be that complicated. So I generally, I'll probably end up just like stuffing things into some JSON, you know? And then I have to do that too, because if I'm going to be doing, I definitely have to be localizing the site. And so I'll probably just stuff everything into JSON. So it'll be a simple site, nothing too big. So that way it'll be easy to translate and also manage all the content. I'm with you, except I use some TinyJS libs for extra features. What does TinyJS do again? Is that like for like scroll bars or something? I forget. TinyJS. Now that's a library I have not touched in a long ass time. Do you really need TypeScript if you're just putting in a small static site building? No, see, that's what I'm saying is I probably don't. Like, it's just the data, there's not going to be a lot of data, a lot of complexity. It's really just, I'm going to have JSON, different sections to the site in JSON, and then have it so that I can use the JSON organization to add the localizations for the other languages. And beyond that, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, but you want to like wrap it all like in a JSON object, so it's like easily like here's all the titles, here's all like the body copy and all this stuff that you can do. Probably gonna be the harder part is like writing all the copy. But yeah, I'm probably gonna just make just a raw site, because they don't like make sites like that anymore. You know, like everyone's all like using like Squarespace or WordPress or you know, or just like a link tree and a bunch of like blogs and other sites. But I'm just gonna have like a simple press page where you can just pull down like press kit assets, have a few GIFs, maybe some videos, some YouTube embeds or something like that. Just nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy, but try to make it look good. It's still a marketing site. People don't really use websites like they used to, though. So it's not even as significant. It's more for when I'm contacting press and perhaps like, you know, people I'm just get involved in like the marketing. Like if I'm trying to get other streamers to play the game or something, give them like Steam keys, they might like, I might send them the site just so they can kind of get a little more insight into what's going on. But pretty much the Steam page would cover it. I don't know. Like, it just doesn't seem like as necessary these days. But you gotta have it. You gotta have it. Even though it's like somewhat fallen out of favor to have just a whole dedicated site, it's still pretty cool, you know? Like when you're into a game and you want to go check out their site and just like see, like, even for like animes and stuff like that too. Like I know like when there's say like an anime that I'm like, I wonder if they're going to come up with like another season for that. And I'm always like searching for it. I know that when I try to search for shows, like if there's like other seasons for shows, there's always just like articles about it. I never really go to the sites. I just feel like I don't go to sites anymore, like specifically for things. I'm always going to like article sites or whatever, social media. So that's why my site will be probably just jQuery with some JSON, and I'll do some AJAX calls, pull in that jQuery, parse it, and splash it all over with some very basic HTML and CSS. Just Amazon? Why JS at all? So that I can have some animations, and also so that I could parse JSON, you know, do that little AJAX call. That kind of thing. Seshomara, you gotta let me know if you want to post a link and I can give you permit. Unless you're trying to post code, then it just doesn't like it. But yeah. Like, the only reason I would really use TypeScript is if I was trying to put together, say, like an Angular site. And to be honest, the only thing I feel like I would need practice in, it'd be making like a React site, because it's been a minute and I haven't really done that a great deal. But if I was going to use a JavaScript framework, I would probably end up using Angular, because I remember loving that a lot more. Because it was more linear and like fluid. And React was just like very, you know, it's like very little chunks that you have to keep putting all these little chunks together. That's why I'm not going to do any of that. I'm not going to bother with a framework, because I'll be too busy trying to study the framework than when I could just be spending the time polishing the CSS and I also got to figure out the well, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I gotta figure out. I'm just gonna make it a simple site, though. Part of me like wants to do like a JavaScript site, because it's been a while, but like I'm like, fuck it. It's that would just be like weeks of work, and I'd rather just do something that I know that it could take me like 3 days to put together. It would be just as effective visually, you know. Angular and Ariella is my go-to frameworks. Angular's the best, right? Well, I mean, I just like Angular. React, everything's Hawk Tuah with you, man. Yeah, React kind of sucks my butt for sure. It can suck my butt. My bad. It was a GitHub link. Is there a command to ask permission, or I simply tell you? Oh yeah, you just tell me and I can give you a permit. So you wanted to do a GitHub to some sort of, oh, Tiny, was that for Tiny? Here. There you go, sir. No OnlyFans. People do React to get jobs. I know, and that's honestly would be the only incentive for me to do it, is to bone up and be like, hey, I'm like up to snuff on my React site. Skills. But to be honest, if I was going back into coding professionally for, you know, working for somebody else, it would be, I would try to steer away from front end and get into software, you know, get into C++. Just because I've spent 18 years doing JavaScript stuff and front end stuff. Well, really more like 8 years, because like you guys know that, like there's the 10 years as a Flash developer, but then I spent like the other 8 years just doing JavaScript stuff of all types, and you know, HTML, CMS stuff, CSS stuff, CMS, CSS, PHP, Sass, Less, Vue. Angular was the best though. So it's like I could always fall back on that skill set and I could just pick up React anytime I want. Because I've already picked it up a bunch of times, but it's never really stuck because I kind of hate it. And so I'm like, I just don't care. But to be honest, I think React is probably one of the more prevalent skill sets that you're going to need. Like a lot of people, even though I hate it, people love it. People really go in for it. So awesome. Tiny JS. Yeah, what was it? Tiny front-end libraries to put your bundle on a diet rules. Let's see. What is this tinies? Oh, it's got event emitters, UI frameworks. Huh? Tiny.js, Arrow.js, reactive data. It's got state managers. Jesus. Reactive programming. Wait, are these all dependencies? The hell is this? Tiny front-end libraries to put your bundle on a diet rule. So it's just like a very second level libraries only allowed for React View. See, this is the type of shit that I fucking hate. It's like a library to help a library that helps a library, plugged into a library, npm package with this little library to, but you're gonna need these other 10 libraries to support this library. Yeah, that's the worst. I hate that. That's exactly why I'm just making like a straight up bare bones like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript site. Fuck, you are a free man. Fuck jobs. Well, the thing is I pulled back on freelance work so that I could focus on this, because as we all know, when it comes to coding, there is a lot of training that goes into it. And sometimes, a lot of times, you can just build up the experience in the language yourself. And, you know, as we all know, you don't necessarily need degrees to do a particular job. What matters is that you're basically trained up on whatever that language you're working in the latest, and you've been recently building in it for a while, you know, like, so for me, being completely focused on C++ is like how I'm training myself with that. But ultimately, I'm trying to also figure out how to like sell a game and each subsequent game that I create while building the C++ skill. But I'm working my ass off over here. Like, fuck jobs in a way, like I feel that, but I've been working like anywhere from like 10 to 14 hour days for like the past like 9 months. Like, it's been just constant work. A lot of it's really enjoyable and I can just like do it at my own pace, but like, you know, making a game is like no freaking joke. And considering the amount of money that I'll potentially make in the end, it's like it's really bad money in that regard. And it's about building, you know, the reputation, building the trust with people with a first release, and then hopefully making a much more marketable game in the future that kicks more ass. You know, that's going to be the horror game. That horror generally, I think, has more marketing potential. But like, the point is, I got to figure out how to sell my stuff and like generate the cash on my own so that I can use my skills to build my thing. Because I've been spending like so much of my life building everyone else's crap, and I've done a really good job doing it. And I'm like, when am I gonna like put some of that skill towards my own shit? Like, come on, I'm not getting any younger. I'm just gonna die without making my own stuff? No, I'm going to make my thing, even if it makes me go broke while I try. Which is what's happening, but hopefully I'll last, be able to make it work, you know? Hey, thank you for the Prime. Let's go. Chinny, how you doing, man?
Chinny98 just subscribed. Damn deep.
Is it damn deep? Is it the morning time for you over in the UK, man? What's going on? How you doing? So you pick just what you need. Ah, I see what you mean. Yeah. You do that with jQuery too. jQuery is like the worst also, but I like jQuery. It's just dumb and simple. It isn't tiny.js. It's multiple small tiny JS libs. Okay, I see. I see. No wonder. Hate that at first I found libraries to be cool. Now I only use core libraries like Angular Core. That's the way to do it, man. Keep it simple. Keep it safe. Where does one acquire your work ethic at 10 to 14 hours a day? I'm just very passionate about doing, you know, stepping into myself as a designer and an artist. And I've always loved programming. So that's already something I'm just innately passionate about because I've been doing it for my career. And so now I'm trying to like get into the art side of things. Because, you know, when I got my bachelor's degree, it was in media arts and animation. You know, like I wanted to be like a storyboard artist, but I got imposter syndrome back in the day and just wasn't, you know, I just wanted money right then and there. And so I just went into programming, like, and that was after I had already like ran my own like studio photography business for a while. And then I got sick of like taking studio photographs of people. I just felt like it was monotonous after a while, just like touching up zits and doing like product photography and all this boring shit. And I was sick of like hunting for my own work, you know. I was doing everything, like from sports, like I was doing photojournalism to like taking photos of like purses for like clients that were like selling just whatever products they had, or like you know, portraits for like bands and stuff like that. And it was always like varied work, but after a while it was just like, when you just take photographs of people, it's like boring as fuck. So I just wanted to, I got into Flash programming, and I just wanted to make stuff. Are you working for yourself? So it is very gratifying. I am working for myself, yes. So it is very gratifying. It is a trade-off. It is. Yeah, like I think that's like Nan put it like a good way, Chinny. Like that's how I can work 10-hour days plus, because I'm enjoying what I'm doing. It's like really, like I'm looking forward to, like, I'm like excited each day that I get up and I work on this thing, because it takes me back to those 10 years when I was working as a Flash developer, like making games, like, and I don't know if it's going to work out. Like, I don't know if it's going to last, but I just know that whatever I release, it's not going to be shovelware. It's going to be handcrafted, and it's just going to be to the absolute best of my ability. And I'm even going to try to push beyond that and make it bigger than my own skills by iterating on it as much as I can, but not like take a super long time to produce the stuff. Like, I want to get it out ASAP. Because that's I think a trap for indies, is like working on a thing for too long. And I've started a few companies that didn't do very well. That was one of the causes, you know. But a lot of the companies that I started weren't like relative to, they didn't start out as my ideas. I just kind of like joined other people's ideas that didn't really pan out. The only time I've like ever succeeded in business is when I did my own shit. So, because I'm scrappy, I'll do what it takes. Why am I so behind on chat? You just really love what you do. I've done the same, finally, doing my own stuff. Good for you, man from you. Loving it, hard but rewarding. Still need to work for others though, but at least started to do my own game finally. No, exactly. Like, you should definitely be holding down the fort, paying the bills, being responsible. I've been working for 20 years as a programmer. I've saved, I've invested, and so I've been able to accrue a little bit of time for myself, because I'm like an older dude, you know, like and it's now or never for me to make this transition as I like educate myself in this more complicated language, C++, but also like exploring my abilities as a designer. Like, that's a whole education unto itself. I basically have to give myself a chance to succeed, and I'm only going to succeed at this if I put absolutely everything I have into it. All my attention, all of my time. And if I part-time it, I'm just not, like, I'll be too burnt out on building other people's stuff, because that's what's always happened. Like, when I tried to make Woods of War like 5 years ago, I started, and I just like immediately quit, because learning, like, I couldn't figure out how to pass things by reference in C++. I couldn't figure out like pointers. I couldn't figure out how to pass parameters into functions and like maintain scope, and just stuff that's like seems so easy now because I took the time to like really just dig into it. But I was like part-timing it then, and it was just too much. So anyways, I have to go like all in and like go down in a flaming glory, or it's like all or nothing, unfortunately. So you're good, man. Been lurking, but had to listen in and saw React taking hate. React can suck my butt. So yeah, I mean, I don't like super hate it, but I don't really enjoy it. So yeah, I can suck my butt. But that's because I did it, you know, I was doing JavaScript like front ends, stack development, like full stack development for 8 years. So I just got sick of it is all. So happy you're streaming at a time I can catch it. Let's go. But what if I also love programming, but I'm currently sat here playing OSRS on the middle of the workday? You do you, man. You have a cool day job that I like, and that makes it a bit harder, but I do want to work on my own stuff eventually. Yeah, I find that a problem as well, because I'm like, one of the foundations of my mental health, and I learned this a long time ago from like a therapist, it's just like a key tool to happiness is gratitude. And I've always found a way to cope with whatever job or work or things I have to deal with. And so like, if I work for somebody, I will just have gratitude for it, and it'll be enough for me. I'll make enough money and I just won't try, because I'll be satisfied with what I have, which is a good thing because I'm able to have a lot of peace that way. But like, I've like said it many times before on this stream, like I have to make myself a little bit desperate, you know, like I have to like figure this out, like earn money from it. Otherwise, like it has to be a little scary. Like I have to like figure that out. Like it has to work out, kind of a thing. And it's not my like first business, so just like not completely alien to me, but I don't think I'd be able to make progress like I have been making without having like that kind of desperation. If that makes any sense. Look, I'm getting cold. I think my body's starting to shut down. It's not even like cold in here. It's actually warm. Maybe I'm sweating or something like that. It must be social anxiety, guys. It's also probably because I'm just really sleepy. You think you can relate currently combining your skill set, but with my partner's business idea? Well, good luck with that. Can you please make like positive morning affirmations? Oh, absolutely. In my internship, after making my first task in regular PHP, HTML, and CSS, I was told to learn Laravel and Vue ASAP, but I was junior, so it was fine. I learned a lot. Yeah, you're always like tasked with learning whatever the client is paying for. So this week it's Laravel and Vue, and next week it's React, and then the next week after that it's some like custom system that somebody made, and you're just like always having to study and play catch up. That's the JavaScript life. So whatever you know today will feel like, just hold on to it, but like as you go, you're going to be continuously learning shit. And you're never going to be out of that cycle. So never feel like you have to like know everything in order to be qualified. It's just a matter of, can you actually build something from what you know? And can you build a few things from it? And if you can do that, then you're already in far enough that you're trainable and you're good. Because like, there's no point trying to master anything, because you're just going to rip it away from you as soon as you get really good at it. Like you're going to be an expert at like Node.js and Vue, but then they'll be like, we want Angular sites. You know, it's like, well, fuck, now I'm going to learn Angular. And then suddenly the next site, they're like, okay, we're not using Angular anymore. It's React now with Redux or whatever, you know, like it's a mess. And we're on ads. Need to wake up to your positivity in the morning? To be frank, I've never done much in React, but big fan of Node.js. Yeah, I picked up some Node.js. Motivated by urgency. Yeah, there you go. Anna wants to code. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna wait till we're off ads to continue chatting. But I do think I am probably at the end of my rope here in regards to this animation. I'm so tired. Oh my god, why did I do that? I'm like reversing the animation now. Are we back? Are we back from mids? Anna wants to code. Motivated by urgency, yes. Hakinta, hello mate, how are you? I was just wondering something. Are you using Unreal Engine in your game, or you build your system from scratch? I've built my game from scratch in C++ and SDL2. Here it is. Let me see if I can get the actual, like, I think I have an extension or something that can tell me like how many lines of code I'm at. Yes, I believe it's actually here. If I... may have to open it. Open command palette and select VS Code count, the command. Command palette, and then type in VS Code count lines indirectly. Indirectory, yes. All right. Where are we at? Huh? Is that real? I thought I had like 30K of lines of code. I'm at 108K? No, 153? No, that's blank. There's like 22K and there's comments. So there's only 108,000 lines of code that I wrote for this thing. And I have also added, I used a particle engine that was like open source. That was just pretty basic particle engine. It's kind of a mess. So it's a bit, that's probably a little bloat from that. But anyways, I don't know where where it gets the JSON from. Actual XML. Oh my god. But there you go. I've got 108,000 lines of C++. And I wrote the engine myself. Apparently. I thought it was like 25K. But I guess it's been a minute since I checked. No, it's not actually 154 because the 22K of it was like blank space and another 20K was comments. So there's only actually 108K of actual code Pamplemousse, pretty insane. Command P for the command palette. Thank you, thank you. You're a C# developer on database part as well, doing code for insurance companies. So I'm kind of new on C++ side, but I think people use some UI phase in CMake and doing code in C++ Visual Studio side. So I'm using VS Code. I've actually never used Visual Studio. Right, I have like a little bit, but not. I mainly have just coded in VS Code. And I've never used C#. Haven't yet. Actually, it's more proper to say that how you're doing your design thing and your code thing, or does both use the same IDE? Doing your design thing and your code thing? I just have one IDE. I'm just talking VS Code is like it. I use Sprite and VS Code. That's all I use to produce this game. Well, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I've occasionally used GIMP to edit certain files in a pinch, but I've since gotten Sprite on my laptop. 108K is impressive. It's a lot. It's a shit ton of stuff, and there's still like a lot more sections to the game I gotta add. So yeah. It's getting there. Part of me wants to also count like every pixel that I've drawn as well. You know, like get like all the resolutions added up and then just like add all the pixels. 1 million pixels. Looking forward to playing. Chinny, it's going to be, the demo is going to be up on Steam in another month or so. At least that's the plan. For those of you who haven't seen the Steam page, you can wishlist it there, and when I put, I don't know, like I've heard people making unique pages for demos, but I'll probably try to use the same page for the demo. I don't know. But yeah, there will be a demo, hopefully, definitely by Next Fest, which is in June, but hopefully in May I can release it, and people can hopefully play it and tell me if there's any bugs, and I can fix it for Next Fest. And then I can also work on like just general gameplay as well. So it'll be like mainly just debugging and trying to polish stuff for Next Fest, and then just trying to get all the content that I want in for the initial demo. Hell yeah, Chinny, let's go. Already on the wish list. Love to hear it. You were planning on releasing alpha tomorrow, but I don't think I'll make it in time. I'm trying to like tell myself I'm not going to register for Next Fest. The deadline is April 30th. I'm trying to say I won't register for it until next week, when I have an alpha. And I'm just trying desperately to piece together enough stuff to like feel like I have an alpha. But I'm gonna really have to focus before I go to the other cards and the final bit of content, and just add the rest of the infrastructure. You know, add like the settings page, add the it'd be good if I added the ability to save, you know, save your progress. And I don't necessarily think I'll have Steam integration for the demo. But the goal is just to have like a few levels built for like the spring level. And it'd be nice to have the dialogue system in and just kind of experience just kind of like a sampling of the format of the game and show people how I intend for you to like kind of earn cards and kind of build and level up as you go in a sense. And by level up, I mean just like earn more cards for your deck. And there's also, I want to have like a skill tree that can also enhance certain things, but I'm not sure that I'll have time to really put that in for the demo. Just too much polishing to do? Yeah, that's how I feel. Like you finish debugging and fixing things like the calculations and also finishing the game state. I feel like I still have like some slight bugginess or just stuff that I like some code I want to polish. Like I still feel like the cards in the hand when I pick cards up, there's still sometimes like a little bit of like the cards are like a little bit confused, you know? And it gets like slightly, it doesn't break or anything. It's just a visual bug, you know, like I want it to be very solid. And so I gotta sort that out. And it's one of those things, you know, like I've sorted it out a bunch of times already and it's still like a little bit off, but it's because it's handling a lot of different scenarios. So I just gotta make sure and put a little more love into it. But we've reached the 8-hour mark. I think I'm probably gonna call it a day soon because I'm flippin' tired. But you know what? I think what I'll do real quick is piece this together. Let's just put this in. See how it feels. And then I can just, I think there's enough there that even though it's like raw and not fully done, I can see it in the game and determine whether or not it feels like it's worth polishing. Let's see. Background 2, backgrounds. Background 2. Yeah, I'm just gonna overwrite that. Gonna be destructive. I think. Let's see how it feels. I mean, obviously it needs to be finished, but I don't know. I kind of like it. It's got like some interesting energy to it because I like how it's like kind of slow, but then there's like the rumble and there's just something kind of satisfying about it once it's going to be like polished and the coloring feels good. I think it's going to be worth like finishing it, but it certainly like feels better than what it was. So yeah, I think I'm going to continue forward with it. Yeah. Yeah. It obviously needs to be completed, but that's enough information for me to know. It's gonna be worth the time. Oh, goodness. Oh. Very cool. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. So, what did we do today? Let's review. We did the whole experiment where we played with having the cards kind of move around the mouse on hover, but that ended up looking really messy, kind of jank. And so I just went back to having the cards have just like a natural dynamic levitation, you know, they just kind of like go up and down in the idle. And I was already doing that in the 3-card select, but I also just did it when it's in the hand as well. So when you hover, it doesn't react to your mouse anymore. It just kind of levitates to just bring it to life a little bit. And it's only the image, like part of the image on the card, and the text remains static, so it's legible, you know? So that's what we did today. We determined that that was like something that was the nicer approach. And we also let me get also made the detection on flash freeze work a little better, making sure that the image of the ice wave kind of overlaps the enemy before it actually gets frozen. And also if the card is dropped on top of an enemy, that before it wasn't actually freezing them. So I'm trying to get that. And there's also like a little bit of like lag that I need to deal with when you select, when I like hit the death flower and to get the 3 for the special. And I think that's not actual lag. I think it's just the way that the game is pausing. But so like if I drop the card on the dragon, it wouldn't freeze before, but now it freezes. So that's fixed. And then of course we worked on this background, got it started. So that's all the stuff we did today. And things are coming along, man. Very nice. Best game art on Twitch in Twitch Town. Thank you. It's very kind. It really has come a long way. I'm very proud of the just the sheer amount of iterations that I've gone through. But like, oh shit, we also gotta fix the numbers. I also need to stop redoing stuff, so it's like I shouldn't be too proud of it. So I like recently made the hit numbers on the enemies way bigger. I actually doubled them in size. So, because I'm with pixel art, that's generally what you have to do. So you can see that when the weapons, the arcana hit enemies, the numbers are like massive now. So you can really see clearly the damage that you're doing to the enemies. So I have to update the actual font that's in, because right now the font that I'm using for that is not, it's not the proper thing. So I actually need to like convert that to the actual font. If got another 24 components game views to redo the styling around a new screen size. I'll see you. Forrest, thanks for hanging, man. That's cool. So anyways, that's what we have so far for today. Lots of just little polish, you know, just trying to like add polish and love. And what we did last stream was enhance all the colors on the cards. Excuse me. And, you know, cut it up so that I could like put the cards into layers. So that was just a much needed polish. And also really pushed the green on the Raging Root as well, because like all the green earth cards, the green I used before was more of like an army, like yellowish, mustardy green. And so I went more kind of blue and brighter, like forest green with it, along with like all the other color enhancements I've had. So it just feels good. Lots of good moves. You know, the interesting thing too is like I haven't changed the coloring on the enemies themselves, and I think they're actually pretty good. I think initially I'd made them pretty bright, like bright enough that I wouldn't want to push them any further. I mean, maybe the dragon, but some enemies can just be darker. I think that's okay. Anyways, there's always a million things to do. It never ends. It never ends. So you have to just pick and choose the things that matter most, because there's only so much you can do. Like, why did I choose to do this animation for Raging Root to look like this? Because this is going to take me forever, but it's probably going to take me like another day. You know, like another like 6 hours to like at least to round it out. But we looked at it in game. It feels good. I think it's going to be worth. And I can also potentially use the same one for the flash freeze, just with a color change. But I kind of wanted to put some like snowflakes and stuff in it, or like some sort of like frost elements in that one. So maybe it'll do the same thing, but like with like added like a few like snowflakes or something. Looks really good. Can't wait to play. I can't wait to have you guys play it, to have it available, and to get your feedback. It'll be really interesting, and hopefully we can just enhance the complexity of the game, push that further. Just because at this point I've spent the majority of my time on like visual assets, and I need to get into the kind of the nitty gritty of it, of like adding that complexity. But I talked about that earlier. Well, let me see if I can find someone to raid. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, is this guy looks like he's doing Ace Sprite, maybe? He has that as a tag. I found a guy. So we have to do a proper goodbye. But I did find someone to raid, and they've only been on for 30 minutes so far, and they're a game dev, and they do pixel arts. And I've never seen them before, so I don't know who they are. Proper goodbye. Goodbye. You know how we do proper goodbyes here. We have to play the outro music, which unfortunately on YouTube you can't hear because YouTube sucks and they won't let me sneak in cool music. But you still get quality lo-fi music on YouTube. And actually some of the lo-fi music is original stuff that I've created. But the majority of it is just like open, like copyright free stuff. But anyways. It's been a pleasure, guys. I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I always return. I will return. I don't always return, but I will return on Friday. So lately I've been kind of like, I'm almost relatively consistent, at least streaming on the days I'm supposed to, but not at the times I'm supposed to. But I think I'm back to the night schedule pretty good. And so, yeah, Friday, I'll be at the usual time. And we got to play, let's play the beginning of the outro music. I always like to, as Coding Grease says, trick you guys into believing that this was a wonderful stream by playing nice music at the end. You guys are awesome. Did you guys notice my Snorlax? Did you see him? He's my Squishmallow for stream.
Come on.
Did you see him? Can you believe? He's right there. And he's squishy. Ben, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Goodbye, Nan. Geofracture Games. Oh, you make music too? I do. Actually, I'll be making the music for the game. Haven't really started on that beyond composition, but I need to start putting that song. I have one song for the game so far, and I need to start putting it into the old FL Studio and really bringing it together. We love the night schedule. I love it too. I like to be able to stream through the night like this. It's generally my vibe. But you guys know how I live my life. I work all day, and I have generally like 26 to 28 hour days. So then, like, when it's all said and done, so I end up sleeping later and later and later and later, and so I just constantly am cycling through the night. I'll like work, like I'll be up through the night, and then I'll start sleeping during the day, and then slowly that'll turn into the evening, and then I'll like start streaming in the days. It's just always like moving forward. And so this next week, though, I'll be at these times, that my cherished good times. And we've got ads in like a minute here, so I'm probably going to start the raid here just so we can forsake the ads. I'll be looking out for that then. Hell yeah. Yeah, guys, here is the wish list. If you haven't wish listed yet, I will copy that link as well so that I can post it into the next stream that we raid into. Hopefully we can squeeze out a few more wish lists. See you later, Chinny. See you guys. Oh, 10 seconds till an ad. Oh my God. Uncle Jeff already has enough bucks. Habuka, thank you for the hearts. Guys, you are awesome today. You have a good one, Coden. What a legend. I'm surrounded by legends. Chinny, thank you so much for that Prime sub. You guys are awesome. The follows, the raids, the subbies. It's just been a wonderful day. We got Quantum raiding earlier, and Penny. We got Krypton. And Don Ho as well. Man, we really streamed for 8 hours and 30 minutes. All right, guys, we're headed to the other side. Thanks for watching. I'll see you later.